Welcome to Classics on Twitch. Today the players present a performance of Shakespeare's Coriolanus, written between 1605 and 1608. The play presents the history of the Roman consul, Caius Marcius Coriolanus, as interpreted by William Shakespeare. The tragedy of a Roman general, whom others forced to become a politician, examines the themes of duty and honor. Coriolanus asks the question of how a soldier can return home again. The stage is set. The players are ready. Let us join them among the 7 hills of eternal Rome for Coriolanus.
Good morning, and welcome to the fun that is Classics on Twitch. Today, we are beginning our trilogy of Roman history as viewed through the eyes of one William Shakespeare. It will be very accurate history. Very accurate, indeed. But we're going to go around and introduce everyone, and then I'm going to do the spiel. And so we're going to start to clockwise with Sam. Welcome. Hi.
Hi. Shoot, I haven't done this in a while. I'm Sam. You can find me. I'm Smallish Sam. I use she, her pronouns. I don't know if there's anything else I should say.
No, that's cool. That's good. We're here. You are awake. It's great. And next up, Dot. Thank you, Dot, for coming and joining us. I'm so happy that you are here.
I'm very excited to be here. You said Shakespeare, which is a little bit of a soft spot of mine. So yeah, I'm Dot. I play tabletop games online and roll dice and tell stories with cool people like this. So yeah, I'm just so excited to be here. So I'm gonna drink my coffee and we're gonna read some Shakespeare, people. That's a dream come true, you know what I'm saying? That's the best life, is drinking coffee and reading Shakespeare.
Coffee, Shakespeare, or your beverage of choice.
Or your beverage of choice, whatever, tea, or water.
I agree with this assessment.
Yeah. So I'm currently living my best life.
Yay!
For all of you live.
Live your best life. Live your best life. And then next up, skipping me, we have Pope. Welcome back, Pope. Thank you again. Also, thank you for your wonderful dulcet tones in the introduction. You do a fabulous job every time we do these. I really appreciate it. So thank you so much.
Thank you for thinking so highly of me. No, it's good to be back. It's, again, doing Shakespeare is something that, you know, you start out maybe in like high school, and then it might get its hooks into you, and now it's just, hey, this is something to do, to appreciate, to enjoy, and to relish, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. It's great being here with all of you. And all of you watching live, VOD, YouTube, thank you so much for being here. Love you all. And no, I can't wait for all of us to dig into this.
Well, it'll be quite an opening as we next around Reenie. Reen.
Hello. I am Fairy Reen. You can find me there pretty much everywhere. Both video game, tabletop, and pure stream. You can also follow us with Geeky Bugbear, and as we do things with all our friends in the various communities. And hello, Shakespeare, theater education, I'm down. Thanks for having me, Dee.
Yep. And last but certainly not least, Curtis, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm very, very excited. I kind of watched this happen from the periphery, and it's like, I really want to be a part of this whole thing. Like, Shakespeare for me, probably as a high school person, going off the Pope's thing, was that I was already playing D&D, and I realized, here's a great way to make my characters have much more gravitas. And I just stole like whole like monologues all the time. I love it.
Brilliant.
Yes, certainly borrowed from Shakespeare quite a bit. And I am Captain Kirkjack on the Twitter. I'm up here in Alaska. I am a boat captain who is without people to take on the water because they don't get to go right now. So it is really wonderful to get to spend time with people sharing the barge. So thank you.
Well, this is what we were doing it. This is why we are happy to have everyone come enjoy Classics on Twitch, no matter where you are, when you are, or how you're explaining it, or how you're enjoying yourselves, question mark, these days. But as for us, we have some fun things that we like to say at the beginning. First of all, I realize that I need to get rid of something. Hold on. There we go. Good morning, Godless Lawyer. Thank you for joining us. Yes, you can listen while you work from home. That is the joy of this. But for some things we like to get out of the way. Number one, we are doing this virtually, but we can do this virtually and still all be on the same page because of the wonderful advantages of the internet. And so we have this wonderful thing that we like to add. We all have the same script, we're all on the same page, and if you'd like to follow along with us, we have a command that will bring up the link directly to the same script that we are all using so that everyone can follow along at home. Also, these are unedited, fully live, and sometimes, well, we love Bill Shakespeare, but sometimes Bill is a little special. He had some choice word decisions, a little...
Oh, Billy.
Oh, Bill. So we,
He's not really woke yet.
He's not woke yet at all. Thank you, Eris. Good morning. He also... So we like to thank Bill for his wonderful, less than stellar choices in life. And so welcome all. But like we said, these are live. We are going to be doing this. We're going to be having some fun with it. And we will make sure that you are along with it. But beyond that, it is time for us to dive in. Rome, a mere, I believe it's like 10 years after the expulsion of the Tarquinian kings. On a street, a number of riotous citizens with clubs and staves and other weapons are running through the street. Act 1, Scene 1 opens.
Before we proceed any further, hear me speak.
Yeah, I want to hear him speak.
Speak!
You are all resolved rather to die than to famish.
Resolve!
I'm resolved.
First, you know Caius Coriolanus is chief enemy to the people.
We know it. Tell us something we don't know.
Let us kill him and we'll have corn at our own price. Is't a verdict?
No
more
talking.
talking on it.
Let it
Let
be
it be
done.
done. Away.
Away!
One word.
We are accounted poor citizens, the patricians good. What authority Sir Fitz would relieve us? If they would yield us but the superfluity, while it were wholesome, we might guess they relieved us humanely. But they think we are too dear. The leanness that afflicts us, the object of our misery, is as an inventory of particularize their abundance. Our sufferance is a gain to them. Let us revenge this with our pikes, ere we become rakes. For the gods know I speak this in hunger for bread, not in thirst for revenge.
Would you proceed especially against Caius Coriolanus?
All against him. He's a very good dog to the commonality.
Yes, sorry, I was muted.
Same.
Says the mute man in the back.
Consider you what services he has done for his country?
Very well, and could be content to give him good report for it. But that he pays himself with being proud.
Nay, but speak not maliciously.
I say unto you, what he hath done famously, he did it to that end. Those soft-conscienced men can be content to say it was for his country he did it to please his mother, and to be partly proud, which he is, even till the altitude of his virtue.
What he cannot help in his nature, you account a vice in him. You must in no way say he is covetous.
If I must not, I need not be barren of accusations. He hath faults with surplus to tire and repetition. What shouts are these? The other side of the city is risen. Why stay we prating here? To the capital!
Come!
Come.
Soft, who comes here?
Sorry.
Worthy Menenius Agrippa, one that hath always loved the people.
He's one honest enough, with all the rest were so.
What works, my countryman in hand? Where go you with bats and clubs? The matter? Speak, I pray you.
Our business is not unknown to the Senate. They have had inkling this fortnight what we intend to do, which now will show 'em in deeds. They say poor suitors have strong breaths. They shall know we have strong arms too.
What masters, my good friends, mine honest neighbors, will you undo yourselves?
We cannot, sir. We are undone already.
I tell you, friends, most charitable care have the patricians of you. For your wants, your suffering in this dearth, you may as well strike at the heaven with your staves as lift them against the Roman state, whose course will, on the way it takes, cracking 10,000 curbs of more strong link asunder than can ever appear in your impediment. For the dearth, the gods, not the patricians, make it, and your knees to them, not arms, must help. Alack, you are transported by calamity, thither where more attends you, and you slander the helms of the state, who care for you like fathers when you curse them as enemies.
Care for us? True indeed. They ne'er cared for us yet. Suffer us to famish, and their storehouses crammed with grain. Make edicts for usury to support usurers, repeal daily any wholesome act established against the rich, and provide more piercing statutes daily to chain up and restrain the poor. If the wars eat us not up, they will. And there's all the love they bear us.
Either you must confess yourselves wondrous malicious, or be accused of folly. I shall tell you a pretty tale. It may be you have heard it, but since it serves my purpose, I will venture to stale a little more.
Well, I'll hear it, sir. You must not think to fob off our disgrace with a tale, but ain't please you deliver.
There was a time when all the body's members rebelled against the belly, thus accused it, that only like a gulf it did remain. I, the midst of the body, idle and inactive, still cupboarding the viand, never bearing like labor with the rest, where the other instruments did see and hear, devise, instruct, walk, feel, and mutually participate, did minister unto the appetite and affection common of the whole body. The belly answered.
Well, sir, what answer made the belly?
Sir, I shall tell you, with a kind of smile, which ne'er came from the lungs, but even thus, for look you, I may make the belly smile as well as I speak. It tauntingly replied to the discontented members, the mutinous parts that envied his receipt. Even so, most fitly as you malign our senators, for that they are not such as you.
Your belly's answer? What? The kingly crowned head, the vigilant eye, the counselor heart, the arm our soldier, our steed the leg, the tongue our trumpeter, with other muniments and petty helps in this our fabric, if they...
What then? For me this fellow speaks? What then? What then?
Should by the cormorant belly be restrained, who is the sink of the body.
Well, what then?
The former agents, if they did complain, what could the belly answer?
I will tell you, if you'll bestow a small of what you have little. Patience a while. You'll hear the belly's answer.
You're long about it.
Note me this, good friend. Your most grave belly was deliberate, not rash like his accusers, and thus answered. True it is, my incorporate friends, quoth he, that I received the general food at first, which you do live upon, and fit it is, because I am the storehouse and the shop of the whole body. But if you do remember, I send it through the rivers of your blood, even to the court, the heart, to the seat of the brain. And though the cranks and offices of man, the strongest nerves and small inferior veins, from me receive that natural competency, whereby they live. And though that all at once, you, my good friends, this says the belly, mark me.
Aye, sir, well, well.
Though all at once cannot see what I do deliver out to each, yet I can make my audit up that all from me do come back receive the flower of all, and leave me but the bran. What say you to it?
It was an answer. How apply you this?
The senators of Rome are this good belly, and you the mutinous members. For examine their counsels and their cares, digest things rightly touching the weal of the common. You shall find no public benefit which you receive, but it proceeds or comes from them to you, and no way from yourselves. What do you think, you, the great toe of this assembly?
I, the great toe. Why the great toe?
For that being one of the lowest, basest, poorest of this most wise rebellion, thou goest foremost. Thou rascal, thou art worst in blood to run, leads first to win some vantage. But make you ready your stiff bats and clubs, Rome and her rats are at the point of battle. The one side must have a bail. Oh, hail, noble Coriolanus!
Thanks. What's the matter, you disingenuous rogues? That, rubbing the poor itch of your opinion, make yourselves scabs?
We have ever your good word.
He that will give good words to thee will flatter beneath abhorring. What would you have, you curs, that like nor peace nor war? The one affrights you, the other makes you proud. He that trusts you where he should find you lions finds you hares, where foxes geese. You are no surer, no, than this coal of fire upon ice, or a hailstorm in the sun. Your virtue to make him worthy whose offense subdues him, and curses that justice did it. Who deserves greatness deserves your hate. And your affections are a sick man's appetite, who desires most that which would increase his evil. He that depends upon your favor swims with fins of lead and hews down oaks with rushes. Hang ye, trust ye? With every minute you do change a mind, and call him noble that was now your hate, him vile that was your garland. What's the matter? That in these several places of the city you cry against the noble senate, who, under the gods, keep you in awe, which else would feed on one another. What's their seeking?
For corn at their rates, whereof they say the city is well stored.
Hang 'em! They say. They'll sit by the fire and presume to know what is done in the capital, who's like to rise, who thrives and who declines, side factions and give out conjectural marriages, making parties strong and feebling, such a stand not in their liking below their cobbled shoes. They say there's grain enough. Would the nobility lay aside their ruth and let me use my sword, I'd make a quarry with thousands of these quartered slaves as high as I could pick my lance.
Nay, these are almost thoroughly persuaded. For though abundantly they lack discretion, yet are they passing cowardly. But I beseech you, what says the other troop?
They are dissolved. Hang 'em. They said they were an hungry, sighed forth proverbs that hunger broke stone walls, that dogs must eat, that meat was made for mouths, and that the gods send not corn for the rich men only. With these shrewds, they vented their complainings, which being answered and petition granted them. Strange one, to break the heart of generosity and to make bold power look pale. They threw their caps, as they would hang them on the horns of the moon, shouting their immolation.
What is granted them?
5 tribunes, to defend their vulgar wisdoms, of their own choice. 1, Junus Brutus, Sicinius Volusius, and I know not this death. The rabble should have first outroofed the city, ere so prevailed with me. It will in time win upon power, and throw forth greater themes for insurrection arguing.
This is strange.
Go! Get you home, you fragments.
Enter a messenger hastily. Where is Caius Coriolanus?
Here. What is the matter?
The news is, sir, the Volsces are in arms.
I am glad on't. Then we shall have means to vent our most superfluidity. See? Our best elders.
Coriolanus, 'tis true that you have lately told us the Volsces are in arms.
They have a leader. Tullus. Are we saying Adolphus?
Where are you? Tullus Aufidius.
Aufidius. Tullus Aufidius. They have a leader. Tullus Aufidius. That will put you to it. I sin in envying his nobility. And were I anything but what I am, I would wish me only he.
You have fought together?
We were half to half the world by ears, and he. But my party I'd revolt to make only my wars with him. He is a lion, and I am proud to hunt.
Then, worthy Coriolanus, attend upon Cominius to these wars.
It is your former promise.
Sir, it is, and I am constant. Titus, thou shalt see me once more strike at Tullus' face. What? Art thou stiff? Stands out?
Sorry, forgot to unmute. No, Caius Coriolanus, I'll lean upon one crutch and fight with the other, ere stay behind this business.
Oh, true bred.
Your company to the capital, where I know our greatest friends attend us.
Lead you on. Follow Cominius, we must follow you. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, right, worthy you priority.
Noble Coriolanus.
Hence to your homes, be gone.
Nay! Let them follow. The Volsces have much corn. Take these rats thither to gnaw their garners. Worshipful mutineers, your valor puts well forth. Pray, follow.
Was ever a man so proud as this Coriolanus?
He has no equal.
When were we chosen for tribunes for the people?
Marked you his lip and eyes?
Nay, but his taunts.
Being moved, he will not spare to gird the gods.
Be mock the modest moon.
The present wars devour him. He is grown too proud to be so valiant.
Such a nature tickled with good success disdains the shadow which he treads on at noon. But I do wonder, his insolence can brook to be commanded under commoners?
Fame at the which he aims, in whom already he's well graced, cannot better be held, nor more attained than by a place below the first, for what miscarries shall be the general's fault. Though he perform to the utmost of a man, and giddy censure, will then cry out to Coriolanus, oh, if he had borne the business.
Besides, if things go well, opinion that so sticks on Coriolanus shall of his demerits rob Cominius.
Come, half all of Cominius' honors are to Coriolanus, though Coriolanus earned them not, and all his faults to Coriolanus shall be honors, though indeed in aught he merit not.
Let's hence and hear how the dispatch is made, and in what fashion. More than his singularity, he goes upon this present action.
Let's along.
in Volsky, in Coriolanus, the Senate House. Enter Tullus Ophidius and certain senators who are not Romans.
So, your opinion is, Ophidius, that they of Rome are entered in our consuls and know how we proceed?
Is it not Is it not yours? Whatever been thought on this state that could be brought to boldly act ere Rome had circumvention? 'Tis not 4 days gone since I had heard hence. These are the words. I think I have the letter here. Yes, here it is. They have pressed a power, but it is not known whether for east or west. The dearth is great, the people mutinous, and it is rumored that Cominius, Coriolanus, your old enemy, who is of Rome, worse hated than of you, and Titus, a most valiant Roman, these 3 head lead on this preparation. Whether 'tis bent, most likely 'tis for you. Consider of it.
Our armies in the field, we never yet made doubt but Rome was ready to answer us.
Nor did you think it folly to keep your great pretenses veiled till that when they most needs show themselves, which in the hatching it seemed appeared to Rome. By the discovery we shall be shortening in our aim, which was to take in many towns ere almost Rome should know we were afoot.
Noble Ophidius, take your commission high to your bands. Let us alone to guard Corioli. If they set down before us for the remove, bring your army, but I think you'll find they've not prepared for us.
Oh, no doubt about that. I speak from certainties. Nay, more, some parcels of their power are forth already, and only hitherward. I leave your honours. If we and Caius Coriolanus chance to meet, 'tis sworn between us we shall ever strike till one can do no more.
The gods
assist you.
And keep your honours safe.
Farewell.
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 Rome. A room in Coriolanus' house. Enter Volumnia and Virgilia.
I pray you, daughter, sing, or express yourself in a more comfortable sort. If my son were my husband, I should freely rejoice in that absence wherein he won honor than in the embracements of his bed where he would show most love. When yet he was but tender-bodied and the only son of my womb. When youth with comeliness plucked all gaze his way, when for a day of kings entreaties a mother should not sell him an hour from her beholding, I, considering how honor would become such a person, that it was no better than picture-like to hang by the wall, if renown made it not stir, was pleased to let him seek danger where he was like to find fame. To a cruel war I sent him, from whence he returned, his brows bound with oak. I tell thee, daughter, I sprang not more in joy at first hearing he was a man-child than now in first seeing he has proven himself a man.
But had he died in the business, madam, how then?
Then his good report should have been my son. I therein would have found issue. Hear me profess sincerely. Had I a dozen sons, each in my love alike, and none less dear than thine and my good Coriolanus, I had rather 11 die nobly for their country than one voluptuously suffered out of action.
Madam, the Lady Valeria has come to visit you.
Beseech you, give me leave to retire myself.
Indeed you shall not. Methinks I hear hither your husband's drum. See him pluck Ophidius down by the hair, as children from a bear, and the vultures shunning him. Methinks I see him stamp thus, and call thus. Come on, you cowards. You are got to fear, though you were born in Rome. His bloody brow with his mailed hand, then wiping forth he goes, like to harvest man that's tasked to mow, or all to lose his hire.
His bloody brow? Oh, Jupiter, no blood.
Go away, you fool. It more becomes a man than gilt his trophy. The breast of Hecuba when she did suckle Hector. He looked not lovelier than Hector's forehead when spit forth blood at Grecian sword. Condemning. Tell Valeria, we are fit to bid her welcome.
Heavens bless my lord from fell Ophidius.
He'll beat Ophidius' head below his knee and tread upon his neck.
Oh, you are muted.
Yeah, I'm professional, y'all. My ladies both.
Your immunity.
I was muted for you guys, but not for the stream. I am now officially professionsional.
It's not a professional stream if you don't have sound issues. Don't worry.
Exactly.
Yep, don't worry.
My ladies both. Good day to you.
Sweet madam.
I am glad to see your ladyship.
How do you both? You are manifest housekeepers. What are you sewing here? A fine spot, in good faith. How does your little son?
I thank your ladyship. Well, good madam.
He had rather see the swords and hear a drum than look upon his schooled master.
Oh, my word, the father's son. I swear, 'tis a very pretty boy. Oh, my troth, I looked upon him on Wednesday half an hour together. Has such a confirmed countenance. I saw him run after a gilded butterfly, and when he caught it, he let it go again, and after it again, and over he comes, and again catched it again. Or whether his fall enraged him, or 'twas he did so set his teeth and tear it, I warrant it, how he mammocked it.
I'm muted now. One's on father's moves.
Indeed, la, 'tis a noble child.
A crack, madam.
Come, lay aside your stitchery. I must have you play the idle house life with me this afternoon.
No, good madam. I will not out of doors.
Not out of doors?
She shall. She shall.
Indeed, no, by your patience. I'll not over the threshold till my lord returns from the wars.
Fie, you confine yourself most unreasonably. Come, you must go visit the good lady that lies in.
I will wish her speedy strength, and visit her with my prayers, but I cannot go thither.
Why, I pray you?
'Tis not to save labor, nor that I want love.
You would be another Penelope. Yet they say, all the yarn she spun in Ulysses' absence did but fill Ithaca full of moths. Come, I would your cambric were sensible as your finger, that you might leave pricking it for pity. Come, you shall go with us.
No, good madam, pardon me. Indeed, I will not forth.
In truth, La, go with me, and I will tell you excellent news of your husband.
Oh, good madam, there could be none yet.
Verily, I do not jest with you. There came news from him last night.
Indeed, madam?
In earnest, it's true. I heard a senator speak it. Thus it is. The Volsces have an army forth, against whom Cominius the general is gone, with one part of our Roman power. Your lord and Titus are set down before their city Coriolanus, and they nothing doubt prevailing, and to make it brief wars. This is true on mine honor, and so I pray, go with us.
Give me excuse, good madam. I will obey you in everything hereafter.
Let her alone, lady. As she is now, she will but disease our better mirth.
In truth, I think she would. Fare you well, then. Come, good sweet lady, pray thee, Virgilia, turn thy solemnness out a door, and go along with us.
No, at a word, madam. Indeed, I must not. I wish you very much mirth.
Well then, farewell. Before Corioloi, enter Coriolanus, Titus Lartius, and captains and soldiers.
Yonder comes news. A wager they have met.
My horse to yours, no?
'Tis done.
Agreed.
Say, has our general met the enemy?
They lie in view, but have not spoke as yet.
So, the good horse is mine.
I'll buy him of you.
No, I'll nor sell nor give him. Lend you him I will, for 100 years. Summon the town.
How far off lie these armies?
Within this 1.5 miles.
Then shall we hear their larum, and they ours. Now, Mars, I prithee, take us quick in work, that we with smoking sword may march from hence to help our fielded friends. Come, bestow thy blast. Titus Ophidius, is he within our walls? Your walls?
Curtis, that's you.
Muted.
No, a man that fears you less than he, that's lesser than a little. Hark, our drums are bringing forth our youth. We'll break our walls rather than they shall pound us up our gates, which yet seem shut. We have but pinned with rushes. They'll open of themselves. Hark you, far off. There is Ophidius. List what work he makes amongst your cloven army.
No, they are at it.
Their noise be our instructions. Ladders, ho!
They fear us. Oh,
Enter the army of the Volscans.
oh, battle. They fear us not, but issue forth their city. Now put your shields before your hearts, and fight with hearts more proof than shields. Advance, brave Titus. They do disdain us much beyond our thoughts, which make me sweat with wrath. Come on, my fellows. He that retires, I'll take him for a Vols, and he shall feel mine edge. No, again, all the contagion of the South light on you, you shame of Romans. You heard of boils and plagues plaster o'er you, that you may be abhorred further than seen, and one inflict another against the wind a mile. You souls of geese, the bears and shapes of men, how you run from slaves and that ape would beat. Pluto in hell, all hurt behind, backs red and faces pale with flight and agued fear. Mend and charge home, or by the fires of heaven, I'll leave the foe and make my wars on you. Look to it, come on! If you steadfast, we'll beat them to their wives as they to us, to our trenches followed. So now the gates are ope. Now prove, good seconds, 'tis for the followers' fortunes widens them, not for the flyers. Mark me, and do the like.
Foolhardiness. Not I.
Nor I.
See, they have shut him in.
To the pot.
To
I
the
warned
pot.
him.
What has become of Coriolanus?
Slain, sir,
Slain,
doubtless.
Following the flyers at the very heels, with him that enters, who upon the sudden clapped to their gates, he is himself alone to answer all the city.
O noble fellow, who sensibly outdares his senseless word, and when it blows stands up, thou art left, Coriolanus, carbuncle entire, as big as thou art, were not so rich a jewel. Thou wast a soldier, even to Cato's wish, not fierce and terrible, only in strokes. But with thy grim looks and the thunder-like percussion of thy sounds, thou madst thine enemies shake, as if the world were feverous and did tremble.
Look, sir.
Oh, 'tis Coriolanus! Let's fetch him off, or make remain alike.
This will I carry to Rome.
And I this.
A maraindont, I look for this silver.
Oh yeah. See here these movers that do prize their hours at a cracked trash. Cushions, litten spoons, irons of adult, doublets, and a hangman would bury with those that wore him. These base slaves. Ere yet the fight be done, pack up, down with them, and hark with noise and general mates to him. There is the man of a soul's hate. Oh my gosh, I pause every time. Aufidius, my soul's hate, Aufidius, piercing our Romans. Then, valiant Titus, take convenient numbers to make good the city, whilst I, with those that have the spirit, will haste to help Cominius.
Worthy sir, thou bleedst. Thy exercise hath been too violent for a second course of fight.
Sir, praise me not. My work hath yet not warmed me. Fare you well. The blood I drop is rather physical than dangerous to me. To Aufidius thus, I will appear and fight.
Now the fair goddess Fortune fall deep in love with thee, and her great charms misguide thy opposers' swords. Bold gentleman, prosperity be thy page.
Thy friend no less than those she placeth highest. So fare you well.
Thou worthiest Coriolanus, go, sound thy trumpet in the marketplace. Call thither all the officers of the town, where they shall know our mind. Away!
Near the camp of Cominius. Enter Cominius and his retinue.
Breathe you, my friends, well fought. We are come off, like Romans, neither foolish in our stands, nor cowardly in retire. Believe me, sirs, we shall be charged again, whiles we have struck. By interims and conveying gusts we have heard the charges of our friends. Ye Roman gods, lead their successes as we wish our own, that both our powers with smiling fronts encountering may give you thankful sacrifice. Thy news?
The citizens of Corioli have issued and given to Titus and to Coriolanus battle. I saw a party to their trenches driven, and then I came away.
Though thou speakest truth, methinks thou speakest not well. How long is it since?
About above an hour, my lord.
'Tis not a mile. Briefly we heard their drums. How couldst thou in a mile confound an hour, and bring thy news so late?
Spies of the Volsces held me in chase, that I was forced to wheel 3 or 4 miles about, else had I, sir, half an hour hence brought my report.
Who's yonder, that does appear as he were flayed? O gods, he is the stamp of Coriolanus, and I have before seen him thus.
Oh, come I too late?
The shepherd knows not thunder from a tabor, more than I know the sound of Coriolanus' tongue from every meaner man.
Come I too late?
Aye, if you come not in the blood of others, but mantled in your own.
Oh, let me clip ye in my arms as sound as when I wooed in heart, as merry as when our nuptial day was done, and tapered burned to bedward.
Flower of warriors, how is it with Titus?
As with a man busied and about decrees, condemning some to death and some to exile, ransoming him or pitying, threatening the others, or holding Corioli in the name of Rome, even like a fawning greyhound in the leash, to let him slip at will.
Where is that slave who beat you to your trenches? Where is he? Call him thither.
Let him alone. He did inform the truth, but for our gentlemen, the common file, a plague. Tribunes for them. The mouse ne'er shunned the cat, as did budge from rascals worse than they.
But how prevailed you?
Will the time serve to tell? I do not think. Where's the enemy? Are you lords of the field? If not, why cease you till you are so?
Coriolanus, we have at disadvantage fought and did retire to win our purpose.
How lies their battle? Know you on which side they have placed the men of trust?
As I guess, Coriolanus, their bands either voward are the Antiates, or of their best trust, or them the Aufidius, their very heart of hope.
I do beseech you, by all the battles wherein we have fought, by the blood we have shed together, by the vows we have made to endure friends, that you directly set me against Aufidius and his Antiates, and that you not delay the present, but fill the air with swords, advance, and darts. We prove this very hour.
Though I could wish you were conducted to a gentle bath, and balms applied to you, yet I never deny your asking. Take your choice of those that best can aid your action.
Those are they that are most willing. If any such be here, as it were sin to doubt, that love this painting wherein you see me smeared. If any fear less is this person than an ill report. If any think brave death outweighs bad life, and that his country's dearer than himself, let him alone. Or so many so minded wave thus to express his disposition and follow Coriolanus. Ha! Oh, me alone. Make you a sword of me. Of these shows be not outward. Which of you is but 4 Volses? None of you but is able to bear against the grief of Aufidius a shield as hard as his. A certain number, though thanks to all, I must select from all. The rest shall bear the business in some other fight, as cause will be obeyed. Please you to march, and 4 shall quickly draw out my command. Which men are best inclined?
March on, my fellows, make good this ostentation. You shall divide in all with us.
At the gates of Corioli, enter Titus Latrius, Caius Coriolanus, Cominius, and Lieutenant Soldiers Scout. Everybody in the army.
Army here.
So let the ports be guarded. Keep your duties as I have set them down. If I do send dispatch those sentries to our aid, the rest will serve for a short holding. If we lose the field, we cannot keep the town.
Fear not our care, sir.
No.
Hence, and shut your gate upon us. Our guider come to the Roman camp conduct us.
Oh.
On a field of battle, Larums in battle enter from opposite sides, Coriolanus and Aufidius.
I'll fight none but thee, for I do hate thee worse than a promise breaker.
We hate alike. Not Afric owns a serpent I abhor more than thy fame and envy. Fix thy foot.
Let the first bugger die, the other's slave, and the gods doom him after.
If I fly, Coriolanus, hollow me like a hare.
Within these 3 hours, Tullus, alone I fought in your Corioli walls, and made what work I pleased. 'Tis not my blood wherein thou seest me massed. For thy revenge retched up thy power to the highest.
Wert thou the Hector that was the whip of your bragged progeny, thou shouldst not scape me there. They fight. Aufidius, Coriolanus fights till they are driven in breathless. Efficient and not valiant. You have shamed me in condemned seconds. Exit. The Roman camp. Enter Cominius and Coriolanus, his arm bandaged.
If I should tell thee o'er this thy day's work, thus not believe thy deeds, but I'll report it. Where senators shall mingle tears with smiles, where great patricians shall attend and shrug. I the end admire, where ladies shall be frighted, and gladly quaked, hear more where the dull tribunes, that, with the fusty plebeians hate thine honours, shall say against their hearts, we thank the gods, our Rome hath such a soldier, yet camest thou to a morsel of this feast, having fully dined before.
O General, here is the steed. We the comparison. Hadst thou beheld?
Pray now, no more. My mother, who is a charter to extol her blood when she does praise me, grieves me. I have done as you have done. That's what I can. Induce as you have been. That's for my country. But he that has but affects his goodwill hath o'ertaken mine act.
You shall not be the grave of your deserving. Rome must know the value of her own. 'Twere a concealment worse than theft, no less than a transducement. To hide your doings and to silence that, which to the spire and top of praise is vouched, would seem but modest. Therefore, I beseech you, in sign of what you are, not to reward what you have done. Before our army hear me.
I have some wounds upon me, and they smart to hear themselves remembered.
Should they not, might they fester against ingratitude, and tempt themselves with death of all the horses, whereof we have taken a good store of all, the treasure in this field achieved in city. We render you the 10th, to be ta'en forth before the common distribution, at your only choice.
I thank you, General, but cannot make my heart consent to take a bribe to pay my sword. I do refuse it, and stand upon my common part with those that have beheld the doing.
Coriolanus! Coriolanus!
May these same instruments which you profane never sound more. When drums and trumpets shall in the field prove flatterers, let courts and cities be made of all the false face soothing. When a steel grows soft as the parasite silk, let him be made a coverter for the wars. No more, I say! For that I have not washed my nose that bled, nor foiled some debiled wretch, which without note hears my enemy, which without note hears many else have done. You shout me forth in acclamations of hyperbolical, as if I loved my little should be dieted in praise sauced with lies.
Too modest are you, more cruel to your good report than grateful. To us that give you truly by your patience, if 'gainst yourself you be incensed, well put you, like one that means his proper harm, in manacles, than reasons safely with you. Therefore be it known, and to us, to all the world, that Caius Coriolanus wears this war's garland, in token of the which my noble steed, known to the camp, I give him, with all his trim belonging, and from this time, from what he did before Corioli called him, with all the applause and clamor of the host, Caius Coriolanus, Coriolanus, bear the addition nobly ever.
Caius Coriolanus! Coriolanus!
I'll go wash, and when my face is fair, you shall perceive whether I blush or no. Howbeit, I thank you. I mean to stride your steed, and at all times to undercut your good addition to the fairness of my power.
So to our tent, where'er we do repose us, we will write to Rome of our success. You, Titus, must to Corioli back, send us to Rome, the best with whom we may articulate, for their own good and ours.
I shall, my lord.
The gods begin to mock me. I that now refuse most princely gifts, am bound to beg of my lord general.
Take it, 'tis yours. What is it?
I sometimes lay here in Corii at a poor man's house. He used me kindly. He cried to me. I saw him a prisoner. But when Aufidius was within my view, and wrath overwhelmed my pity, I request you to give my poor host freedom.
Oh, well begged. Were he the butcher of my son, he should be as free as is the wind. Deliver him, Titus.
Coriolanus, his name?
By Jupiter, I forgot. I'm weary. Yea, my memory is tired. Have we no wine here?
Go we to our tent. The blood upon your visage dries. 'Tis time. It should be looked to. Come.
The camp of the Volscians. Enter Titus Aufidius. Bloody. And 2 or 3 soldiers. Army. The town is taken.
It will be delivered back in our good condition.
Condition? I would I were a Roman, for I cannot but a Volsce be that I am. Condition? What good condition can a treaty find in that part that was at mercy. 5 times, Coriolanus, I have fought with thee. So oft hast thou beat me, and wouldst do so, I think, should we encounter as often as we eat. By the elements of air again I meet him beard to beard, he is mine. Or I'm his. Mine emulation hath no honour in it had. For where I thought to crush him in equal force, true sword to sword, I potchet him some way, or wrath or craft may get him.
He's the devil.
Beholder, though not so subtle, my valour poisoned, with only suffering stained by him, for him shall fly out itself, no sleep, no sanctuary, being naked, sick, nor fane, nor capital, the prayers of priests, nor times of sacrifice, embarkments of all of fury, shall lift up their rotten privilege and custom against my hate to Coriolanus. Where I find him, were it at home, upon my brother's guard, even there against the hospitable cannon, would I wash my fierce hand in his heart. Go you to the city, learn how 'tis held, and what they are that must be hostages for Rome.
Will not you go?
I am attended at the cypress grove. I pray you. 'Tis south the city mills. Bring me word thither, how the world goes, that to the pace of it I may spur on my journey.
I shall, sir.
Rome, a public place. Enter Manius Agrippa, Cineas,
augur.
and Brutus.
The augur tells me we shall have news tonight.
Good or bad?
Not according to the prayer of the people, for they love not Coriolanus.
Nature teaches beasts to know their friends.
Pray you, who does the wolf love?
The lamb.
Aye, to devour him, as the hungry plebeians would the noble Coriolanus.
He's a lamb indeed, that bays like a bear.
He's a bear indeed, that lives like a lamb. You two are old men. Tell me one thing that I shall ask you.
Both well, sir.
In what enormity is Coriolanus poor in, that you two have not in abundance?
He's poor in no one fault, but stored with all,
Especially in pride.
and topping all others in boasting.
This is strange now. Do you two know how you are censored here in the city? I mean of us, the right-hand file. Do you?
Why, how are we incensured?
Because you talk of pride now, will you not be angry?
Well, sir,
sir,
well.
well.
Why, 'tis no great matter, for a very little thief of occasion will rob you of a great deal of patience. Give your dispositions the reins, and be angry at your pleasures. At the least, if you take it as a pleasure to you in being so. You blame Coriolanus for being proud?
We do it not alone, sir.
I know you can do very little alone. For your helps are many, or else your actions would grow wondrous single. Your abilities are too infant-like for doing much alone. You talk of pride. Oh, that you could turn your eyes to the napes of your necks, and make but an interior survey of your good selves. Oh, that you could.
What then, sir?
Why, then you should discover a brace of unmeriting, proud, violent, testy magistrates, alias fools as any in Rome.
Manius, you are known well enough too.
I am known to be a humorous patrician, and one that loves a cup of hot wine with not a drop of allaying Tiber in it. Said to be something imperfect in favoring the first complaint, hasty and tender-like upon too trivial motion, one that converses more with the buttock of the night than with the forehead of the morning. What I think I utter and spend my malice in my breath. Meeting two such willsmen as you are, I cannot call you Lycurgus. If the drink you give me touch my palate adversely, I make a crooked face at it. I can't say your worships have delivered the matter well, when I find the ass in compound with the major part of your syllables. And though I may be content to bear with those that say you are reverend grave men, yet they lie deadly that you have had good faces. If you see this in the map of my microcosm, follows it that I am known well enough too? What balm can your bison conspicuousities glean out of this character, if I be well enough too?
Come, sir, come. We know you well enough.
You know neither me, yourselves, nor anything. You are ambitious for pulled knaves, caps, and legs. You wear out a good, wholesome forenoon in hearing a cause between an orange wife and a faucet seller, and then rejoin the controversy of threepence to a second day of audience. When you are hearing a matter between party and party, if you chance to be pinched with the colic, you make faces like mummers. Set up the bloody fag against all patience, and in roaring for the chamber pot, dismiss the controversy bleedingly the more entangled by your hearing. All the peace you make in their cause is calling both the parties knaves. You are a pair of strange ones.
Come, come, you are well understood to be a perfect giber for the table than a necessary bencher in the capital.
Our very priests must become mockers if they shall encounter such ridiculous subjects as you are. When you speak best unto the purpose, it is not worth the wagging of your beards, and your beards deserve not so honorable a grave as to stuff a botcher's cushion, or to be entombed in an ass's pack saddle. Yet you must be saying, Coriolanus is proud, who in cheap estimation is worth predecessors since Doclien. Though, peradventure, some of the best of them were hereditary hangmen. Godden to your worships. More of your conversation would infect my brain, being the herdsman of the beastly plebeians. I will be bold to take my leave of you. How now, my as fair as noble ladies, and the moon were she earthly, no nobler, whither do you follow your eyes so fast?
Honorable Menenius, my boy Coriolanus approaches. For the love of Juno, let's go.
Ah, Coriolanus coming home.
Aye, worthy Menenius, and with most prosperous aberration.
Take my cap, Jupiter, and I thank thee. Ooh, Coriolanus, come home.
Nay, 'tis true.
Nay, 'tis true.
Look, here's a letter from him. The state hath another, his wife another, and I think there's one at home for you.
I will make my very house reel tonight. A letter for me.
Yes, certain, there is a letter for you. I sought.
Ha, a letter for me. It gives me an estate of 7 years' health, in which time I will make a lippet the physician. The most sovereign prescription in Galen is but irrempicutic, and to this preservation of no better report than a ostrich. Is he not wounded? He has wont to come home wounded.
Oh, no.
Oh, he is wounded, and I thank the gods for it.
Oh, so do I too, for it not be too much. Brings a victory in his pocket, the wounds become him.
On's brow. Menenius, he comes the third time home with the oakened garland.
Has he disciplined Ophidius soundly?
Titus writes. They fought together, but Ophidius got off.
And 'twas time for him too. I'll warrant him that. And he had stayed by him, I would not have been so... what? Fidiused for all the chests in Coriolanus, and the gold that's in it. Is the Senate possessed of this?
Good ladies, let's go. Yes. The Senate has letters from the general, wherein he gives my son the whole name of the war. He hath in this action outdone his former deeds, doubtedly.
In truth, there's wondrous things spoke of him.
Wondrous. I warrant you, and not without his true purchasing.
The gods grant them true.
True? Powwow.
True. I'll be sworn they are true. Where is he wounded? To the tribute. God, save your good worships. Coriolanus is coming. home. He has more cause to be proud. Where is he wounded?
In the shoulder, and the left arm there will be large scars to show the people. When he shall stand for his place, he received in the repulse of Tarquin 7 hurts the body.
1 in the neck and 2 in the thigh. There's 9 that I know.
He had, before his last expedition, 25 wounds upon him.
And now it's 27. Every gash was an enemy's grave. Hark! The trumpets!
These are the ushers of Coriolanus. Before him he carries noise, and behind him he leaves tears. Death that dark spirits in nerve arm doth lie, which, being advanced, declines, and then men die.
Know, Rome, that all alone Coriolanus did fight within Coriolan gates, where he hath won, with fame, a name Caius Coriolanus. These in honor follows Coriolanus. Welcome to Rome, renowned Coriolanus.
Welcome to Rome, renowned Coriolanus.
Welcome to Rome!
No more of this. It does offend my heart. Pray now no more.
Look, sir, your mother.
Oh, you have, I know, petitioned all the gods for my prosperity.
Nay, my good soldier up, my gentle Coriolanus, worthy Caius, and by deed achieving honor newly named. What is it? Coriolanus must I call thee? But thy wife?
My gracious silence, hail, which thou have laughed had I come coffined home, and weeps to see me triumph. Ay, my dear, such eyes the widows of Corioli wear, and mothers that lack sons.
Ooh.
Now, the gods crown thee.
And live you yet? Oh, my sweet Lady Pod.
I know not where to turn. Welcome home, and welcome, General, and you're welcome all.
100,000 welcomes. I could weep and I could laugh. I am light and heavy. Welcome. A curse begin at very root on's heart, that is not glad to see thee. You are 3 that Rome should dote on. Yet, by the faith of men, we have some old crab trees here at home that will not be grafted to your relish. Yet welcome, warriors. We call a nettle but a nettle, and the faults of fools but folly.
Ever right.
Yes, ever. Give away there, go on. Your hand and yours. Ere in our house I do shade my head. The good patricians must be visited, from whom I have received not only greetings, but with them change of honors.
Oh, I have lived to see inherited my very wishes, and the buildings of my fancy. Only there's one thing wanting, which I doubt not, but our Rome will cast upon thee.
No, good mother, I had rather be their servant in my way, than sway them in theirs.
On to the capital. All tongues speak of him, and the bleared sights are spectacled to see him. Your prattling nurse into a rapture lets her baby cry, while she chats him, the kitchen malkin pins, her richest lacrum about her reechy neck, clambering the walls to eye him. Stalls, bulks, windows are smothered up, leads filled, and ridges horsed, with variable complexions, all agreeing, in earnestness to see him. Seld shown flamens do press among the popular throngs and puff, to win a vulgar station, or veiled dames commit the war of white in damask, in their nicely godded cheeks to the wanton spoil of Phoebus' burning kisses, such a pother as if that whatsoever god who leads him were silly crept into his human powers, and gave him graceful posture.
Oh, the sudden, I warrant him Consul.
And on our office may, during his power, go sleep.
He cannot temperately transport his honors from where he should begin and end, but will lose those he hath won.
In that there's comfort.
Doubt not, the commoners for whom we stand, but they upon their ancient malice will forget with their least cause these new honors, which that he will give them make I as little question as he is proud to do it.
I heard him swear, were he to stand for consul, never would he appear in the marketplace, nor on him put the napless vesture of humility, nor showing as the manner is his wounds to the people beg their stinking breaths.
'Tis right.
Was his word. Oh, he would miss it rather than carry it but by the suit of the gentry to him, and the desire of the nobles.
I wish no better than have him hold that purpose, and to put it in execution.
'Tis most like he will.
It shall be to him then as our good wills, a sure destruction.
So it must fall out, to him or our authorities. For an end, we must suggest the people in what hatred he still hath held them, that to his power he would have made them mules, silenced their pleaders, and dispropertied their freedoms, holding them in human action and capacity, of no more soul nor fitness for the world than camels in war, who have their proven only for bearing burdens and sore blows for sinking under them.
This, as you say, suggested at some time when his soaring insolence shall touch the people, which time shall not want if he but put upon it. And that's as easy as set dogs on sheep. Will be his fire to kindle their dry stubble, and their blaze shall darken him forever.
What's the matter?
You are sent for to the capital. 'Tis thought that Coriolanus shall be consul. I have seen the dumb men throng to see him, and the blind to bear him speak. Matrons flung gloves, ladies and maids their scarves and handkerchiefs upon him as he passed. The nobles bended it as to Jove's statue, and the commons made a shower and thunder with their claps and shouts. I never saw the like.
Let's to the capital, and carry with us ears and eyes for the time, but hearts for the event.
Have with you then. So the capital. Enter 2 officers.
Come, come. They are almost here. How many stand for consulships?
3, they say, but 'tis thought of everyone Coriolanus will carry it.
Sorry, Kitty's blocking script.
Another sighting. Kitties, kitties, kitties.
That's a brave fellow, but he's vengeance proud and loves not the common people.
Faith, there had been many great men that have flattered the people, who ne'er loved them, and there be many that they have loved, they not know wherefore, so that if they love they not know why, they hate upon no better a ground. Therefore, for Coriolanus neither to care whether they love or hate him manifests the true knowledge he has in their disposition, and out of his noble carelessness lets them plainly see it.
If he did not care whether he had their love or no, he waved indifferently twixt doing them neither good nor harm. But he seeks their hate with greater devotion than can render it him, and leaves nothing undone that may fully discover him their opposite. Now, to seem to affect the malice and displeasure of the people is as bad as that which he dislikes, to flatter them for their love.
He hath deserved worthily of his country, and his ascent is not by such easy degrees as those who, having been supple and courteous to the people bonneted, without any further deed to have them into their estimation and report. But he hath so planted his honors in their eyes, and his actions in their hearts, that for their tongues be silent, and not confess so much, were a kind of ingrateful injury. To report otherwise were a malice that, given itself the lie, would pluck reproof and rebuke from every ear that heard it.
No more of him. He is a worthy man. Make way. They are coming. Having determined of the Volsces and to send forth Titus, it remains, as the main point of this our after meeting, to gratify his noble service that hath stood for this country. Therefore, please you, most reverend and grave elders, to desire the present council, and last general in our well-found successors to report a little of that worthy work performed by Caius Coriolanus, whom we met here both to think and to remember with honors like himself.
Speak, good Cominius. Leave nothing out for length, and make us think rather our state's defective for acquittal than we stretch it out. Masters of the people, we do request your kindest ears, and after your loving motion toward the common body, to yield what passes here.
We are convented upon a pleasing treaty, and have hearts inclinable to hear and advance the theme of our assembly.
Which the rather we shall be blessed to do, if he remember a kinder value of the people than he hath hereto prized them at.
That's off, that's off. I would rather you had been silent. Please you to hear Commonus speak.
Most willingly, but yet my caution was more pertinent than the rebuke you give it.
He loves your people, but tie him not to be their bedfellow. Worthy Commonus, speak. Nay, keep your place.
Sit, Coriolanus, never shamed to hear what you have nobly done.
Your horrors pardon. I'd rather have my wounds to heal again than hear say how I got them.
Sir, I hope my words disbenched you not.
No, sir. Yet oft, when blows have made me stay, I fled from words. You soothed not, and therefore hurt not. But your people, I love them as they weigh.
Pray now, sit down.
I had rather have one scratch my head till the sun, when the alarm were struck, than idly sit to hear my nothings monstered.
Masters of the people, your multiplying spawn, how can he flatter? That's 1,000 to 1 good one. When you now see he had rather venture all his limbs for honor, than one owns ears to hear it. Proceed, Commonus.
I shall lack voice. The deeds of Coriolanus should not be uttered feebly. It is held that valor is the chiefest virtue, and most dignifies the haver. If it be, the man I speak of cannot in the world be singly counterpoised. At 16 years, when Tarquin made a head for Rome, he fought beyond the mark of others. Our then dictator, whom with all praise I point at, saw him fight, when with his Amazonian chin he drove the bristled lips before him. He bestrid an overpressed Roman, and I, the consul's view, slew 3 opposers. Tarquin's self he met, and struck him on his knee in that day's feats, when he might act the woman in the scene. He proved the best man in the field, and for his meed was brow bound with the oak. His pupil age man entered thus. He waxed like a sea, and in the brunt of 17 battles since, he lurched all swords of the garland. For this last, before and in Corioli, let me say, I cannot speak him home. He stopped the flyers, and by his rare example made the coward turned terror into sport, as weeds before a vessel under sail. So men obeyed, and fell below his stem, his sword death's stamp. Where it did mark, it took from face to foot. He was a thing of blood, whose every motion was timed with dying cries. Alone he entered the mortal gate of the city, which he painted with shunless destiny. Aidless came off, and with a sudden reinforcement struck Corioli like a planet. Now all's his. When by and by the din of war gan pierce, he ready sense, then straight his doubled spirit, requickened what in flesh was fatigate. And to the battle came he, where he did run reeking over the lives of men, as if 'twere a perpetual spoil. Until we called both field and city ours, he never stood to ease his breast with panting.
Worthy man.
He cannot but with measure fit the honors which we devise him.
Our spoils he kicked at, and looked upon things precious as they were, the common muck of the world. He covetous less than misery itself would give, rewards his deeds with doing them, and is content to spend the time to end it.
He's right noble. Let him be called for it.
Call Coriolanus.
He doth appear.
The Senate, Coriolanus are well pleased to make thee consul.
I do owe them still my life and services.
It then remains that you do speak to the people.
I do beseech you, let me o'erleap that custom, for I cannot put on the gown, stand naked and entreat them, for my wound's sake, to give their suffrage. Please you that I may pass this doing.
Sir, the people must have their voices. Neither will they bate one jot of ceremony.
Put them not to't, pray you. Go fit you to the custom, and take to you, as your predecessors have, your honor with your form.
It is a part that I shall blush in acting, and might will be taken from the people.
Mark you that.
Brag unto them, thus I did, and thus show them the unaching scars which I should hide, as if I had received them for the hire of their breath only.
Do not stand upon it. We recommend to you, tribunes of the people, our purpose to them, and to our noble consul. We wish we all joy and honors. Senators, to Coriolanus, come all joy and honor.
You see how he intends to use the people?
Muted.
Yes, I am muted.
There we go, we hear you.
Cool. May they perceive intent. He will require them, as if he had comment what he requested should in them give.
Come, we'll inform them of our proceedings here on the marketplace. I know they do attend us.
Once if you do require our voices, we ought not to deny him.
We may, sir, if we will.
We have power in ourselves to do it, but it is a power that we have no power to do. For if he shows us his wounds and tells us his deeds, we are to put our tongues into those wounds and speak for them. So, if he tells us his noble deeds, we must also tell him our noble acceptance of them. Ingratitude is monstrous, and for the multitude to be ungrateful, we're to make a monster of the multitude, of the which we, being members, should bring ourselves to be monstrous members.
To make us no better thought of, little help will serve, for once we stood up about the corn, he himself stuck not to call us the many-headed multitude.
We have been called so of many, not that our heads are some brown, some black, some auburn, some bald, but that our wits are so diversely colored. And truly, I think if all of our wits were to issue out of one skull, they would fly east, west, north, south, and their consent of one direct way should be at once to all the points of the compass.
Think you so? Which way do you judge my wit would fly?
Nay, your wit will not so soon as out another man's will. 'Tis strongly wedged up in a blockhead, but if I were at liberty, 'twould surely be southward.
Why that way?
To lose itself in a fog, where there be 3 parts melted away with rotten dews. The 4th would return for conscience sake, to help thee get a wife.
You are never without your tricks. You may.
Are you all resolved to give your voices? But that's no better. The greater part carries it. I say, if he would incline the people, there was never a worthier man. Enter Coriolanus. Here he comes, and in the gown of humility, mark his behavior. We are not to stay all together, but to come by him where he stands, by 1s, by 2s, and by 3s. He's to make his requests by particulars, wherein every one of us has a single honor in giving him our own voices with our own tongues. Therefore, follow me, and I will direct you how you shall go about him.
Content.
Oh boy, okay. Oh, sir, you are not right. Have you not known the worthiest men have done?
What must I say? I pray, sir. Oh, plague upon it. I cannot bring my tongue to such a pace. Look, sir, my wounds. I got them in my country's service, when some certain of your brethren roared and ran from the noise of our own drums.
Oh me, the gods! You must not speak of that. You must desire them to think upon you.
Think upon me? Hang 'em. I would they forget me, like the virtues which our divines lose by them.
You'll mar all. I'll leave you. Pray you, speak to 'em. I pray you in a wholesome manner.
Bid them wash their faces and keep their teeth clean. So here comes a brace. You know the cause, heir of my standing here.
We do, sir. Tell us what hath brought you to't.
Mine own desert.
Your own desert?
Aye, but not mine own desire.
How not your own desire?
No, sir, 'twas never my desire yet to trouble the poor with begging.
You must think if we give you anything, we hope to gain by you.
Well then, I pray you, your price, or the consulship.
The price is to ask it kindly.
Kindly, sir, I pray, let me have. I have wounds to show you, which shall be yours in private. Your good voice, sir, what say you?
You shalt have it, worthy sir.
A match, sir. There's an all too worthy voice is begged. I have your alms. Adieu.
But this is something odd.
And 'twere to give it again, but 'tis no matter.
I pray you now, if I must stand in with the tune of your voices that I may console, I have here the customary gown.
You have deserved nobly of your country, and you have not deserved nobly.
Your enigma.
You have been a scourge to our enemies. You have been a rod to our friends. You have not indeed loved the common people.
You should account me the more virtuous that I have not been common in my love. I will, sir, flatter my sworn brother, the people, to earn a dearer estimation of them. 'Tis a condition they account gentle. And since the wisdom of their choice is rather to have my hat than my heart, I will practice an insinuating nod and be off to them most counterfeitly. That's it, sir. I will counterfeit the bewitchment of some popular man and give it bountiful to the desirers. Therefore, I beseech you, I may be consul.
We hope to find you our friend, and therefore give you our voices heartily.
You have received many wounds for your country.
I will not steal your knowledge with showing them. I will make much of your voices, and so trouble you no further.
The gods give you joy, sir, heartily.
Most sweet voices. Better it is to die. Better to starve than to crave the hire which first we do deserve. Why in this wolvish toga should I stand here to beg for Hob and Dick, that do appear their needless vouches? Custom calls me to it. That custom wills, in all things should we do it, the dust on antique times would lie unswept. Mountainous error to be too highly heaped for truth to overpeer. Rather than fool it so, let the high office and the honor go to the one that would do thus. I am half through. The one part suffered, the other I will do. Here come more voices. Your voice? For your voices I have fought, watched. For your voices. For your voices bare of wounds, 24 odd. Battles thrice 6 have seen and heard of. For your voices have done many things. Some less, some more of your voices. Indeed, I would be Consul.
He has done nobly, and cannot go without any honest man's voice.
Therefore let him be consul. The gods give him joy, and make him good friend to the people.
Amen, amen.
Amen.
God
God
save thee.
save
The
thee,
noble
noble
consul.
consul.
Worthy voices.
You have stood your limitation, and the tribunes endue you with the people's voice. Remains that, in the official mark invested, you anon do meet the Senate.
Is this done?
The custom of request you have discharged, the people do admit you, and are summoned to meet anon upon your approbation.
Where? At the Senate House.
There, Coriolanus.
May I change these garments?
You may, sir.
That I'll straight do. And knowing myself again, repair to the Senate House.
I'll keep you company. Will you along?
We stay here for the people.
Fare you well. He has it now, and by his looks methinks 'tis warm at his heart.
With a proud heart he wore his humble weeds. Will you dismiss the people?
How now, my masters? Have you chosen this man?
He has our voices, sir.
We pray the gods he may deserve your loves.
Amen, sir. To my poor unworthy notice, he mocked us when he begged our voices.
Certainly, he flouted us downright.
No, 'tis his kind of speech. He did not mock us.
Not one amongst us, save yourself, but says he used us scornfully. He should have shown us his marks of merit, his wounds received for his country.
Why, so he did, I am sure.
Oh.
No
I
man
did
saw
see
him.
them. He said he had wounds which he could show in private, and with his hat, thus waving it in scorn. I would be consul, says he. Aged custom by your voices will not so permit me, your voices therefore. When we granted that, here was, I thank you for your voices, thank you. Your most sweet voices, now you have left your voices, I have no further to do with you. Was this not mockery?
Why, either you are ignorant to see it, or seeing it of such childless friendliness, you to yield your voices?
Could you not have told him as you were lessoned when he had no power, but was a petty servant to the state? He was your enemy, ever spake against your liberties and the charters that you bear. I, the body of the wheel, and now arriving a place of potency and sway o'er the state. If he should still malignantly remain, fast foe to the plebe, your voices might be curses to yourselves. You should have said that as his worthy deeds did claim no less than what he stood for, so his gracious nature would think upon you for your voices, and translate his malice toward you into love, standing your friendly lord.
Thus to have said, as you were fore-advised, had touched his spirit and tried his inclination, from him plucked either his gracious promise, which you might, as cause had called you up, have him to, or else it would have galled his surly nature, which easily endures not article tying him aught. So putting him to rage, you should have taken the advantage of his choler, and passed him unelected.
Did you perceive he did solicit you in free contempt when he did need your loves? And do you think that his contempt shall not be bruising to you when he hath power to crush? Why had your bodies no heart among you, or had you tongues to cry against the rectorship of judgment?
Have you ere now denied the asker? And now again, of him that did not ask but mock, bestow your sued for tongues?
He's not confirmed. We may deny him yet.
And we will deny him. I'll have 500 voices of that sound.
Aye, twice 500, and their friends to peace him.
Get you hence instantly, and tell those friends they have chose a council that will from them take their their liberties, make them of no more voice than dogs that are as often beat for barking, as therefore kept to do so.
Let them assemble, and on a safer judgment, I'll revoke your ignorant election, enforce his pride and his old hate onto you. Besides, forget not with what contempt he wore the humble weed, how in his suit he scorned you, but your loves, thinking upon his services, took from you the apprehension of his present pertinence, which most gibblingly, ungravely, he did fashion after the inveterate hate he bears you.
A fault on us, your tribunes, that we labored no impediment between, but that you must cast your election on him.
Say you chose him more after our commandment than as guided by your own true affections, and that your minds, preoccupied with what you rather must do than what you should, made you against the grain to voice him consul. Lay the fault on us.
Aye, spare us not. Say we read lectures to you, how youngly he began to serve his country, how long continued and what stock he springs of, the noble house or the Marcians, from whence came that Ancus Coriolanus, Numa's daughter's son, who after great Hostilius here was king. Of the same house Publius and Quintus were, that our beat water brought by conduits hither, and nobly named so, twice being censor, was his great ancestor.
One thus descended that hath beside well his person wrought to be set high in place, we did commend to your remembrances. But you have found, scaling his present bearing with past, that your fixed enemy, and revoke your sudden approbation.
Say you never had it done it, harp on that still, but by our putting on, and presently, when you have drawn your number, repair to the capital.
We will. We will.
Almost all.
Of course.
Repent in the election.
Let them go on. This mutiny were better put in hazard than stay past doubt for greater. If, as his nature is, he fall in rage with their refusal, both observe and answer the vantage of his anger.
To the capital. Come, we will be there before the stream of people, and this shall seem, as partly 'tis, their own, which we have goaded onward. Rome, and that, ladies and gentlemen, as the rise of the mob of Rome is set upon Coriolanus, we shall take our first intermission of the afternoon. Refresh yourselves, water, bio. Great thing about doing this virtually, there are no queues for the concession stand or the bathrooms.
Yep. Flick, 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 flick. You have to flip your own lights, everybody.
You have to flip your own lights. Oh, and the prices are much better at your own concession stand.
Also true.
Also true.
And yeah, less germy.
Way
more sterile.
Way more staple, less germy, all of the good things. But we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Get refreshed, and we will see you shortly. Yay! welcome back all. We hope you are refreshed. We hope you have, the concession stand was full of your choice of, beverage, that your, everything was great. So, water is always important. Don't forget to hydrate, y'all. I understand it is a thing, but keep hydrating. So, let us pick up again the beginning of Act 3, Rome, and a street. Enter Coriolanus, Mennius, patricians, Commonus, Titus, Letarius. All of Rome is in this street. We should be in the forum.
Tullus Ophidius then hath made new head.
Oh wait, we're short of Titus Lartius.
Oh no!
Pope, you got it.
Go for it, Pope.
Pagan. He had, my lord, and that it was which caused our swifter composition.
So then the Volses stand, but as at first, ready, when time shall prompt them to make road. Pawns again.
They are worn, Lord Consul, so that we shall hardly in our ages see their banners wave again.
Saw you Ophidius?
On safeguard he came to me, and did curse against the Volses, for they had so vilely yielded the town. He is retired to Antium.
Spoke he of me?
He did, my lord.
How? What?
How often he had met you, sword to sword, that of all things upon the earth he hated your person most, that he would pawn his fortunes to hopeless restitution, so he might be called your vanquisher.
And Antietam he lives.
At Antium.
I wish I had cause to seek him there, to oppose his hatred fully. Oh, welcome home. Behold, these are the tribunes of the people, the tongues of the commonwealth. I do despise them, but I do prank them in authority against all noble sufferance.
Pass no further.
Huh? What is this? What is that?
It will be dangerous to go on, no further.
What makes this change?
The matter?
Hath he not passed the noble in the common? Cominius, no.
Have I had children's voices?
Tribunes, give way, he shall to the marketplace.
The people are incensed against him.
Stop, or all will fall and broil.
Are these your herd? Must these have voices that can yield them now and straight disclaim their tongues? What are your offices? You being their mouths, why rule you not their teeth? Have you not set them on?
Be calm, be calm.
It is a purpose thing, and grows by plot to curb the will of nobility. Suffer it, and live with such as cannot rule nor ever will be ruled.
Call it not a plot. The people cry you mocked them, and of late, when corn was given them gratis, you repined, scandaled the suppliants for the people, called them time-pleasers, flatterers, foes to nobleness.
Why, this was known before.
To them all.
Have you informed them, Sithis?
How?
Sithis. Sorry.
How? I inform them?
Are you like to do such business?
Not unlike each way to better yours.
Why then should I be consul? By yond clouds, let me deserve so ill as you, and make me your fellow tribune.
You show too much of that for which the people stir. If you will pass to where you are bound, you must inquire your way, which you are out of, with a gentler spirit. Or never be so noble as a consul, nor yoke with him for tribune.
Let's be calm.
The people are abused, set on. This paltern becomes not Rome, nor is Coriolanus deserved the so dishonored rub, laid falsely, aye the plain way of his merit.
Tell me of corn. This was my speech, and I will speaketh again.
Not now, not now.
Not in this heat, sir.
Now. As I live, I will. My nobler friends, I crave their pardons. For the mutable, rank-sitted many, let them regard me as I do not flatter, and therein behold themselves. I say again, in soothing them, we nourish against our Senate the cockle of rebellion, insolence, sedition, which we ourselves have plowed for, sowed and scattered by mingling them with us. The honored number who lack not virtue, nor power, but that which they have given to beggars.
Well, no more.
No more words, we beseech you.
How? No more! As for my country, I have shed my blood. Not fearing outward force, so shall my lungs coin words till their decay against those measles, which we disdain should tatter us, yet sought the very way to catch them.
You speak of the people as if you were a god to punish, not a man of their infirmity.
'Twere well we let the people know it.
What? What? His collar?
Collar? Were I as patient as the midnight sheep? By Jove, 'twould be my mind.
It is a mind that shall remain a poison where it is, not poison any further.
Shall remain. Hear you this Triton of the minnows? Mark you, his absolute shall.
'Twas from the cannon.
Shall? Oh God, but most unwise patricians. Why, you grave but reckless senators, have you thus given Hydra here to choose an officer, that with his peremptory shall, being but the horn and noise of the monsters, wants not spirit to say he'll turn your current in a ditch, and make your channel his. If he have power, then veil your ignorance. If none, awake, you dexterous litany. If you are learned, be not as common fools. If you are not, let them have cushions by you. You are plebeians, if they be senators. And they are no less when both your voices blend, and the greatest taste most palates theirs. They choose their magistrate, and such as one as he who puts his popular shall, against a graver bench than ever frown on Greece. God chose himself, and makes the consuls base. And my soul aches to know, when two authorities are up, neither supreme, how soon confusion may enter twixt the gap of both, and take the one by the other.
Well, on to the marketplace.
Whoever gave that counsel to give forth the corn of the storehouse gratis, and 'twas used sometime in Greece.
Well, no more of that.
Though there the people had more absolute power, I say. They nourish disobedience, fed the ruin of the state.
Why shall the people give one that speaks thus their voice?
I'll give my reasons, more worthier than their voices. They know the corn was not our recompense, resting well assured that never did service for it. Being pressured to the war, even when the navel of the state was touched, they would not tread the gates. This kind of service did not deserve corn gratis. Being in the war, their mutinies and revolts wherein they showed most valor spoke not for them. The accusation which they have often made against the Senate, all cause unborn, could never be the motive of our franked donation. Well, what then? How shall this bison multitude digest the Senate's courtesy? Let deeds express what's like to be their words. We did request it. We are the greater poll, and in truer fear they give us our demands. Thus we debase the nature of our seats, and make the rabble call our cares fears, which will in time break ope the locks of the Senate and bring in crows to peck the eagles.
Come, enough.
Enough with over measure.
No, take more. What may be sworn by both divine and human seal, what I end with all. This double worship, where one part does disdain the cause and the other insults without all reason, where gentry, title, wisdom cannot conclude but the yea and no of general ignorance. It must omit real necessity and give way the while to unsustained slightness. Purpose so barred it follows. Nothing is done to purpose. Therefore, beseech you, you that will be less fearful than discreet, that love the fundamental part of the state more than you doubt the change on it, that prefer a noble life before a long, and wish to jump a body with a dangerous psychic that's sure of death without it, at once pluck out the multitudinous tongue. Let them not lick the sweet, which is their poison. Your dishonor mangles true judgment and bereaves the state of that integrity which should become it, not having the power to do the good it would. For in the wit doth control it.
Has said enough.
Has spoken like a traitor, and shall answer as traitors do.
Thou wretch, despite o'erwhelm thee. What should the people do with these bald tribunes, on whom depending their obedience fails to the greater bench? In a rebellion, when what's not met, but what must be, was law. Then were they chosen. In a better hour, what is met be said it must be met, and throw their power in the dust.
Manifest treason.
This a consul? No.
The ideals, no. Let him be apprehended.
Go to the people, in whose name myself attach thee as a traitorous innovator, a foe to public weal. Obey, I charge thee, and follow to thine answer.
Hence, old goat.
Aged sir, hands off.
Hence, rotten thing, or I shall shake thy bones out of thy garments.
Help ye, citizens! Enter a rabble of plebeians.
Please, on both sides, more respect.
Here's he that would take from you all your power.
Seize him, Adiles.
Down with him! Down with him! Tribunes, patricians, citizens, what ho!
Citizen.
Get rid of him! Citizens,
What is about to
peace,
be?
stay!
I'm out of
Hold
breath.
peace.
Confusion's near. I cannot speak. You, tribunes to the people. Coriolanus, patience. Speak, good Sisinus.
Hear me, people. Peace!
Let's hear our tribune.
Yeah, speak.
You are at a point to lose your liberties. Coriolanus would have all from you. Coriolanus, whom late you have named for consul.
Fie. This is not the way to. This is the way to kindle, not to quench.
To build the city and to lay all flat.
What is the city but all the people?
True, the people are the city.
By the consent of all, we were established, the people's magistrates.
And
You so remain.
And so are like to do.
That is the way to lay the city flat, to bring the roof to the foundation, and bury all which yet distinctly ranges in heaps and piles of ruin.
This deserves death.
Or let us stand to our authority, or let us lose it. We do here pronounce upon the part of the people in whose power we were elected theirs. Coriolanus is worthy of present death.
Therefore lay hold of him, bear him to the rock of Tarpeian, and from thence into destruction cast him.
Adil, seize him!
Yield, Coriolanus, yield!
Yield. Hear me
Never.
one word. Beseech you, tribunes. Hear me but a word.
Peace, peace!
Be that you seem truly your country's friend, and temperately proceed to what you would, thus violently redress.
Sir, those cold ways that seem like prudent helps are very poisonous where the disease is violent. Lay hands upon him and bear him to the rock.
No, I'll die here.
sword, a sword!
There's some among you have beheld me fighting. Come! Try upon yourselves what you have seen me.
Down with that sword! Tribunes, withdraw a while.
Lay hands upon him. Help, Coriolanus, help! You that be noble, help him, young and old.
Down with him! Down with him!
Down with him! Go, get you to your house. Be gone away. All will be naught else.
Get you gone.
Stand fast. We have as many friends as enemies.
Shall it be put that?
The gods forbid. I pray thee, noble friend, home to thy house. Leave us to cure this cause.
For 'tis a sore upon us. You cannot tint yourself. Be gone, I beseech you.
Come, sir, along with us.
I would they were barbarians, as they are, though in Rome littered. Not Romans, as they are not, though cowled and porched at the Capitol.
Be gone. Put not your worthy rage into your tongue. One time will owe another.
On fair ground I could beat 40 of them.
I could myself take a brace of the best of them, yea, the 2 tribunes, but now 'tis odds beyond arithmetic, and manhood is called foolery when it stands against a falling fabric. Will you hence before the tag return, whose rage doth rend like interrupted waters, and o'erbear what they are used to bear?
Pray you, be gone. I'll try whether my old wit be in request with those that have but little. This must be patched with cloth of any color.
Nay, come away.
This man has marred his future.
His nature is too noble for the world. He would not flatter Neptune for his trident, or Jove for powers to thunder. His heart's his mouth. What his breast forges, that his tongue must vent. And being angry, does forget that ever he heard the name of death. Here's goodly work.
I would they were bed.
I would they were in Tiber. What is vengeance? Could he not speak 'em fair?
Where is this viper that would depopulate the city and be every man himself?
You worthy tribunes,
He shall be thrown down the Typerian rock with vigorous hands. He hath resisted law, and therefore law shall scorn him further trial than the severity of public power which he so sets at naught.
He shall well know the noble tribunes are the people's mouths, and we their hands. He shall sure on't.
sir, sir,
Peace!
do not cry havoc, where you should but hunt with modest warrant.
Sir, how comes that you have hop to make this rescue?
Hear me speak. As I do know the Consul's worthiness, so can I name his faults.
Consul? What consul?
The Consul Coriolanus.
He, Consul?
No, 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 no.
If by the tribune's leave, and yours, good people, I may be heard, I would crave a word or two. The which shall turn you to no further harm than so much loss of time.
Speak briefly, then, for we have a peremptory to dispatch this viperous traitor, to eject him hence where but one danger, and to keep him here our certain death. Therefore it is decreed, he dies tonight.
Now the good gods forbid that our renowned Rome, whose gratitude towards her deserved children is enrolled in Jove's own book, like an unnatural dam, should now eat up her own.
He's a disease that must be cut away.
Oh, he's a limb that has but a disease, mortal to cut it off, to cure it, easy. What he has done to Rome that is worthy of death, killing our enemies, the blood he hath lost, which I dare vouch is more than he hath. By many an ounce he dropped it for his country, and what is left, to lose it by his country. Were to us all that dote and suffer it, a brand to the end of the world.
This is a clean cam.
Merely awry. When he did love his country, it honored him.
The service of the foot, being once gangrened, is not then respected for what it was before.
We'll hear no more. Pursue him to his house and pluck him thence, lest his infection, being of catching nature, spread further.
Oh, one more word, one word. This tiger-footed rage, when it shall find the harm of unscanned swiftness, will too late tie leaden pounds to his heels. Proceed by process, lest parties, as he is beloved, break out, and sack great Rome with Romans.
If it were so,
What do you talk? Have we not had a taste of his obedience? Our allies smote, ourselves resisted? Come!
Consider this. He has been bred in the wars, since he could draw a sword, and is ill-schooled in bolted language. Meal and brand together he throws without distinction. Give me leave. I'll go to him, and undertake to bring him where he shall answer, by a lawful form, in peace, to his utmost peril.
Noble tribunes, it is the humane way. The other course will prove too bloody, and the end of it unknown to the beginning.
Noble Menenius, be you then as the people's officer. Masters, lay down your weapons.
go not home.
Meet on the marketplace. We'll attend you there, where, if you bring not Coriolanus, we'll proceed in our first way.
I'll bring him to you. Senators, let me desire your company. He must come, or what is worst will follow.
Pray you, that's to him.
Let me puff all mine ears. Present me death on the wheel or at the wild horse's heel, or pile 10 heels on the Tarpathian rock, that the precipitation might downstretch below the beam of sight. Yet will I still be thus to them.
You do the nobler.
I muse my mother does not approve of me further, who was wont to call them woolen vassals, things created to buy and sell with grots, who show bare heads in congregations to yawn, be still and wonder when one but of my ordinance stood up to speak of peace or war. Oh, we should switch.
I talk of you. Why did you wish me milder? Why would you have me false to my nature, rather say I play than man I am?
Oh, sir. I would have had you put your power well on before you had worn it out.
Let go.
You might have been enough the man you are, with striving less to be so. Lesser had been the thwartings of your dispositions. If you had not shown them how you were you had not showed them how you were disposed, ere they lack power to cross you.
Let them hang. I am burnt too.
Come. You have been too rough. Something too rough. You must return and mend it.
There's no remedy, unless by not so doing our good city cleave in the midst and perish.
Pray, be counselled. I have a heart as little apt as yours, but yet a brain that lends my use of anger to a better vantage.
Well said, noble woman. Before he should thus stoop to the herd, but that the violent fit of the time craves it as a physic for the whole state, I would put mine armor on, which I can scarcely bear.
What must I do?
Return to the tribunes.
Well, what then? What then?
Repent what you have spoken.
For them? Cannot do to the gods. Must then I do to them?
You are too absolute. Though therein you can never be too noble, but when extremities speak. I have heard you say, honor and policy, like unsevered friends in the war, do grow together. Grant that, and tell me in peace what each of them by the other lose, and that they combine not there.
Tush, tush.
A good demand.
If it be honored in your wars to seem the same, you are not, which for your best ends you adopt your policy. How is it less or worse that it shall hold companionship and peace with honor, as in war, since that to both it stands in like request?
Why force you this?
Because that now it lies you on to speak to the people, not by your own instruction, nor by the matter which your heart prompts you, but with such words that are but rooted in your tongue, though but bastards and syllables of no allowance to your bosom's truth. Now, this no more dishonors you at all than to take in town with gentle words, which else would put you to your fortune and the hazards of much blood. I would disassemble with my nature where my fortunes and my friends at stake require I should do so in honor. I am in this. Your wife, your son, these senators and nobles, and you will rather show your general Lautus how you can frown than spin a fawn upon them for the inheritance of their loves and safeguard of what might ruin.
Noble lady, come, go with us, speak fair. You may solve so, not what is dangerous present, but the lost of what is past.
Now I prithee now, my son, go to them with this bonnet in thy hand. And thus for having stretched it, here be with them, thy knee bussing the stones. For in such business, action is eloquence, and the eyes of the ignorant more learned than the ears. Waving thy hand, which often thus correcting thy stout heart, now humbly as the ripest mulberry that will not hold the handling, nor say to them, thou art their soldier, and being bred in broils has not the soft way which thou dost confess were fit for thee to use as they to claim, and asking for their good words, good loves, but thou wilt frame thyself forsooth. Hereafter theirs, so far as thou hast power and person.
This but done, even as she speaks, why, their hearts were yours, for they have pardons, being asked, as free as words to little purpose.
Prithee now, go and be ruled. Although I know thou hast rather follow thine enemy into a fiery gulf than flatter him in a bow. Here's Cominius.
I have been in the marketplace, and sir, 'tis fit you make strong party, or defend yourself by calmness or by absence. All's in anger.
Only fair speech.
I think 'twill serve, if he can thereto frame his spirit.
He must, and will. Prithee now, say you will, and go about it.
Must I go show them my unbared sconce? Must I with base tongue give my noble heart a lie that it must bear? Well, I will do't. Yet were there but this single plot to lose, this mould of Coriolanus, they to dust should grind it and throw it against the wind. To the marketplace. You have put me now to such a part which never I shall discharge to life.
Come, we'll prompt you.
I prithee now, sweet son, as thou hast said, my praises made thee first a soldier, so to have my praise for this. Perform a part thou hast not done before.
Well, I must do't. Away my disposition and possess me some harlot spirit. My throat of war be turned, which quired with my drum into a pipe, small as a eunuch or the virgin voice that babies lull sleep. Smiles of knaves. Tint in my cheeks and schoolboy's tears, take up the glasses of my sight. A beggar's tongue. Make mourn through my lips, and my armed knees, bowed but in the stirrup, bend like his that hath received an alms stirrup. I will not do't, lest I cease to honor my own truth, and by my body's actions teach my mind a most inherent baseness.
At thy choice, then. To beg of thee, it is more dishonor than thou of them. Come all to ruin. Let thy mother rather feel thy pride than fear thy dangerous stoutness. For I mock at death with as big a heart as thou. Do as thou list, thy valiantness was mine, thou suckest it from me. But owe thy pride thyself.
Pray be content, mother. I am going to the marketplace. Chide me no more. On mountebank their loves, cog their hearts from them, and come home beloved of all the trades in Rome. Look, I'm going. Commend me to my wife, I'll return consul. Will never trust to what my tongue can do, I the way of flattery further.
Do your will.
Away! The tribunes do attend you. Arm yourself to answer mildly, for they are prepared with accusations, as I hear more strong than are upon you yet.
The word is mildly. Pray you, let us go. Let them accuse me by invention. I will answer mine in honor.
Aye, but mildly.
Well, mildly be it then. Mildly.
In the forum.
In this point, charge him home that he affects tyrannical power. If he evades us there, enforce him with his envy to the people, and that the spoil got on Antiochs was ne'er distributed. What, will he come?
He's coming.
How accompanied?
With old Menenius and those senators that always favored him.
Have you catalogue of all the voices that we have procured set down by the poll?
I have, 'tis ready.
Have you collected them by tribes?
I have.
Assembly present, the people hither, and when they bear me say, it shall be so, I, the right and strength of the commons, be it either for death or for fine or banishment. Then let them, if I say fine, cry fine, if death, cry death, insisting on the old prerogative, the power in the truth of cause.
I shall inform them.
And when such a time that they have begun to cry, let them not cease, but with a din confused, enforce the present execution of what we chance to sentence.
Very well.
Make them be strong, and ready for this hint, when we shall hap to give it them.
Go about it. Put him to collar straight. He hath been used ever to conquer, and to have his worth of contradiction. Being once chafed, he cannot be reined again to temperance. Then he speaks what's in his heart, and that is there which looks with us to break his neck.
Well, here he comes.
Omni, I do beseech you.
Aye, as an ostler, that for the poorest piece will bear the knave by the volume. The honored gods keep Rome in safety, and the chairs of justice supplied with worthy men. Plant love amongst us. Throng our large temples with shows of peace, and not our streets with war.
Amen, amen.
A noble wish.
Draw near, ye people.
I had to click that 4 times to unmute myself. List to your tribunes. Audience, peace, I say.
First, hear me speak.
Well, say, peace, ho!
Shall I be charged no further than this present? Must all determine here?
I do demand. If you submit you to the people's voices, allow their officers, and are content to suffer lawful censure for such faults as shall be proved upon you.
I am content.
Lo, citizens, he says he is content. The warlike service he has done consider. Think upon the wounds his body bears, which show like graves in the holy churchyard.
Scratches with briars, scars to move laughter only.
Consider further that when he speaks not like a citizen, you find him like a soldier. Do not take his rougher accents for malicious sounds, but, as I say, such as become a soldier, rather than envy you.
Well, well, no more.
What is the matter, that being passed for consul with full voice? I am so dishonored that the very hour you take it off again.
Answer to us.
Say then, 'tis true I ought so.
We charge you that you have contrived to take from Rome all seasoned office, and to wind yourself a power tyrannical, for which you are a traitor to the people.
A traitor?
Nay, temperately, your promise.
The fires in the lowest hell fold in the people. Call me their traitor, thou injurious tribune! Within thine eye set 20,000 deaths. In thy hand clutched as many millions. In the lying tongue both numbers. I would say thou liest upon thee with a voice as free as I do pray the gods.
Mark you this, people.
To the rock with him!
Peace. We need not put new matter to his charge. What you have seen him do and heard him speak, beating your officers, cursing yourselves, opposing laws with strokes, and here defying those whose great power must try him. Even this, so criminal and in such capital kind, deserves the extremest death.
But since he hath served well for Rome...
What did you pirate of service?
I talk of that know it.
You.
Promise that you made your mother?
No, I pray you.
I know no farther. Let them pronounce the steep Tarpathian death, vagabond exile, raying, pent to linger, but with a grain a day. I would not buy their mercy to the price of one fair word, nor check my courage for what they could give to half with saying, good morrow.
For that he has, as much as in him lies, from time to time envied against the people, seeking means to pluck away their power, as now at last give hostile strokes. That is not in the presence of dreaded justice, but on the ministers that do distribute it. In the name of the people, and in the power of us the tribunes, we even from this instant banish him from our city, and peril of precipitation from off the rock Tarpeian, never more to enter Rome gates. In the people's name, I say it shall be so.
It shall be
It shall be
so.
so.
Let him away. He's banished, and it shall be so.
Hear me, my master, and my common friends.
He is sentenced, no more hearing.
Let me speak. I have been consul, and can show for Rome her enemies' marks upon me. I do love my country's good, with a respect more tender, more holy and profound than my own life. My dear wife's estimate, who wounds increase, and treasure of my loins, than I would speak that.
We know your drift. Speak what?
There's no more to be said, but he is banished, and as enemy to the people in his country, it shall be so.
It shall be so.
It shall be so.
You common cry of curs, whose breath I hate as reek of the rotten fins, whose loves I prize as the dead carcass of the unburied men that do corrupt my heirs. I banish you, and here remain with your uncertainty. Let every feebled rumor stake your hearts. Your enemies, with nodding of their plumes, fan you in despair. Have the power still to banish your defenders, till at length your ignorance, which finds not till it feels, making not reservation of yourselves, still your own foes, deliver you as most abated captives to some nation that won you without blows. Despising for you the city, thus I turn my back. There's a world elsewhere.
Exit Coriolanus, Cominius, Mennius, senators, and patricians.
The people's enemy is gone! Is gone!
Our enemy is Caius. He is gone. Ho ho!
Go! See him out at the gates, and follow him as he hath followed you, with all despite. Give him deserved vexation. Let a guard attend us through the city.
Come, come, let's see him out the gates. Come.
Gods
The
preserve.
gods preserve us, noble tribunes. Come.
Near the gate, Enter Sicinius, Brutus, and the Adelaide. Idle. Bid them all home. He's gone and will no further. The nobility are vexed, whom we have cited in his behalf.
Now we have shown our power. Let us seem humbler after it is done than when it was doing.
Bid them home. Say their great enemy is gone, and they stand in their ancient strength.
Dismiss them home. Here comes his mother.
Let's not meet her.
Why?
They say she's mad.
They take note of us. Keep on your way.
No, you're well met. The hoarded plague of the gods requite your love.
Peace, peace, be not so loud.
If only that I could for weeping. You should hear, nay, and you shall hear some. Will you be gone?
You shall stay too. I would I had the power to say so to my husband.
Are you mankind?
I fool. Is that a shame? No, but this fool. Was not a man my father? Hast thou fox-shipped to banish him that struck more blows for Rome than thou hast spoken word?
Oh, blessed heavens.
More noble blows than ever thou's wise words. And for Rome's good. I tell thee what. Yet go. Nay, but thou shalt stay too. I would my son were in Arabia, and thy tribe before him, his good sword in his hand.
What then?
What then? He'll make an end of thy posterity.
Bastards and all. Good man, the wounds that he does bear for Rome.
Calm, peace.
I would he had continued to his country as he began, and not unknit himself the noble knot he made.
I would he had.
You would he had! 'Twas your incense the ramble. Cads that can judge as filthy of his worth as I can of those mysterious which heaven will not have earth to know.
Pray, let us...
Now, pray, sir, get you gone. You have done a brave deed. Ere you go, hear this. As far as doth the capital exceed the meanest house in Rome, so far my son, this lady's husband here, this, do you see, whom you have banished, it does exceed you all.
Well, we'll leave you.
Why say we to be baited with one that wants her wits?
Take my prayers with you. I would the gods had nothing else to do but confirm my curses. Could I meet him but once a day, I would unclog my heart of what lies heavy to it.
You have told them home. And, by my troth, you have cause. You'll sup with me.
Anger is my meat. I'll sup upon myself, and so shall starve with feet. Come, let's go. Leave this faint pulling and lament as I do. An angered Juno like. Come.
Fie.
Come, leave your tears. A brief farewell. The beast, with many heads, butts me away. Nay, mother, where is your ancient courage? You were used to say extremity was the tear of spirits, the common chances common men could bear, that when the sea was calm, all boats alike showed mastership in floating. Fortune's blows. The most struck home, being gentle wounded, craves noble cunning. You were used to load me with precepts that would make me invincible, the heart that calmed them.
Oh heavens, oh heavens.
Nay, prithee, woman.
Oh, now, the red pestilence strike all trades in Rome, and occupations perish.
What? I shall be loved when I'm lacked? Nay, mother, resume that spirit when you were wont to say, if you had been the wife of Hercules, 6 of his labors you'd have done, and saved your husband so much sweat. Cominius drooped not. Adieu. Farewell, my wife, my mother. I'll do well yet. Thou old and true Menelaus, thy tears are salter than a young man's, and venomous to thy. By some time, General, I have seen thee stem, and thou hast oft beheld heart-hardening spectacles. Tell these sad women, 'tis fun to wail inevitable strokes, as 'tis to laugh at them. My mother, you wot well my hazards still have been your solace, and believe not lightly, though I go alone, like to a lonely dragon, that his fen makes feared and talk of more than seem your son. Will or exceed the common, or be caught with cuddliest baits in practice.
My first son, whither wilt thou go? Take Cominius with thee awhile. Determine on some course, more than a wild exposure to each chance that starts in the way before thee.
Oh, the gods.
I'll follow thee a month, devise with thee where thou shalt rest, that thou mayest hear of us, and we of thee. So if the time thrust forth a cause for thy repeal, we shall not send o'er the vast world to seek a single man, and lose advantage, which doth ever cool the absence of the needer.
Fare ye well. Thou hast years upon me, and thou art too full of the war's surfeits to go rove with one that's yet unbruised. Bring me but out at gate. Come, my sweet wife, my dearest mother, and my friends of noble touch, when I am forth, bid me farewell and smile. I pray you come. While I remain above the ground, you shall hear from me still, and never of me aught but what is like me formerly.
That's worthily as any ear can hear. Come, let's not weep. If I could shake off but 7 years from these old arms and legs, by the good gods, I'd with thee every foot.
Give me thy hand. Come.
I know you well, sir, and you know me. Your name, I think, is Adrian.
It is so, sir. Truly, I have forgot you.
I am a Roman, and my services are as you are against them. Know me yet?
Nicanor? No!
The same, sir.
You had more beard when I saw you last. But your favour is well approved by your tongue. What's that news in Rome? I have a note from the Volscian state to find you out there. You have well saved me a day's journey.
There have been in Rome strange insurrections, the people against the senators, patricians, and nobles.
Hath been? It is ended then? Our state thinks not so. They are in the most warlike preparation, and hope to come upon them in the heat of their division.
The main blaze of it is past, but a small thing would make it flame again, for the nobles receive so to heart the banishment of that worthy Coriolanus, that they are in a ripe aptness to take all power from the people, and to pluck them from their tribunes forever. This lies glowing, I can tell you, and is almost mature for the violence breaking out.
Coriolanus banished?
Banished, sir.
You will become welcome with his intelligence, Nicanor.
The day serves well for them now. I have heard it said the fittest time to corrupt a man's wife is when she's fallen out with her husband. Your noble Tullus Aufidius will appear well in these wars, his great opposer Coriolanus being now in no request of his country.
He cannot choose. I am most fortunate, thus accidentally to encounter you. You have ended my business, and I will merrily accompany you home.
I shall. Between this and supper, tell me your most strange things from Rome, all tending to the good of their adversaries. Have you any army ready, say you?
A most royal one. The centurions and their chargers, distinctly billeted, already in the entertainment, and to be on foot at an hour's warning.
I am joyful to hear of their readiness, and am the man, I think, that shall set them in present action. So, sir, heartily well met, and most glad of your company.
You take my part, sir. I have most cause to be glad of yours.
Well, let us go together.
And Antietam, before Phidias's house.
Goodly city is this Antietam. City. 'Tis I that made thy widows. Many an heir of these fair edifices, for my wars have I heard groan and drop. Know me not, lest that thy wives with spits and boys with stones in puny battle slay me. Save you, sir.
And you?
Wreck me, if it be your will. Where is great Phidias lies? Is he in Antium?
He is, and feast the nobles of the state at his house this night.
Which is his house, I beseech you?
Well, this, here before you.
Thanks you, sir. Farewell. O world, thy slippery turns. Friends now fast sworn, whose double bosoms seem to wear one heart. Whose house, whose bed, whose meals and exercise are still together. Who twin, as 'twere, in love inseparable, shall within this hour, on a dissension of a dote, break out to bitterest enmity. So, fellowest foes, whose passions and whose plots have broke their sleep, to take the one to the other by some chance, some trick not worth an egg, shall grow dear friends and interjoin their issues. So with me, my birthplace I hate, and my love's upon this enemy's town. I'll enter. If he slay me, he does fair justice. If he gives me way, I'll do his country service.
Hall in Phidias's house.
Wine, wine, wine! What service is here? I think our fellows are asleep.
Where's Cotis? My master calls for him. Cotis!
A goodly house. The feast seems well, but I appear not like a guest.
What would you have, friend? Whence are you? Here's no place for you. Pray, go to the door.
I have deserved no better entertainment in being Coriolanus.
Whence are you, sir? Has the porter his eyes in his head that he gives entrance to such companions? Pray, get out!
Away!
Get you out! Away! Get you away!
Now thou'rt troublesome.
Are you so brave? I have you talked with anon.
What fellow's this?
A strange one as ever I looked on. I cannot get him out of the house. Prithee, call my master to him.
What have you to do here, fellow? Pray you avoid the house.
Let me but stand. I will not hurt your hearth.
What are you?
A gentleman.
A marvelous poor one.
True. So I am.
Pray you, poor gentleman, take up some other station. Here's no other place for you. Pray you, avoid, come.
Follow your function. Go. Batten on cold bits.
What? You will not? Prithee, tell my master what a strange guest he has here.
And I shall.
Where dwellest thou?
Under the canopy.
Under the canopy?
Aye.
Where's that?
In the city of kites and crows.
Aye, the city of kites and crows. What an ass it is. Then thou dwellest with daws too?
No, I serve not thy master.
How, sir? Do you meddle with my master?
Aye. 'Tis an honester service than to meddle with thy mistress. Thou practised and practised. Serve with thy trencher. Hence.
Exit the serving man. Enter Phidias with the second serving man. Where is this fellow?
Here, sir, I'd have beaten him like a dog, but for disturbing the lords within.
Whence comest thou? What is't thou? Thy name? Why speakest not? Speak, man. What's thy name?
If Tullus, not yet thou knowest me, and seeing me does not think me for the man I am. Necessity commands me name myself.
What is thy name?
I am a name unmusical to the Volscians' ears, and harsh in sound to thine.
Say, what's thy name? Thou hast a grim appearance, and thy face bears a command in it, though thy tackle's torn. Thou show'st a noble vessel. What's thy name?
Prepare thy brow to frown. Knowest thou me yet?
I know thee not. What's thy name?
My name is Caius Coriolanus, who hath done to thee particularly, and to all the Vols's great hurt and mischief. There to witness my surname, Coriolanus. The painful service, the extreme dangers, and the drops of blood shed for my thankless country are requited, but with that surname a good memory, and a witness of the malice and displeasure which thou shouldst spare me. Only that name remains. The cruelty and the envy of the people permitted by our dastard nobles, who have all forsook me, hath devoured the rest, and suffered me by the voice of slaves to be whooped out of Rome. Now this extremity hath brought me to thine hearth, not out of hope, mistake me not, to save my life, for if I had feared death, all of the men in the world would have voided thee. But in mere spite to be full quit of those my banishers, stand I before thee. Then if thou hast a heart of wrecked in thee, that will revenge thine own particular wrongs and stop those maims of shame seen through thy country, speed thee straight, and make my misery serve thy turn. So use it, that my revengeful services may prove as benefit to thee, for I will fight against my cankered country with the spleen of all the under fiends. But if so be thou darest not this, and that to prove more fortunes thou tired, then, in a word, I also am longer to live most wearily, and present my throat to thee, and to thy ancient malice, which not to cut would show thee but a fool, since I have ever followed thee with hate. Drawn tons of blood out of the country's breast, and cannot live but by thy shame, unless it be to do thee service.
O Coriolanus, Coriolanus! Each word thou hast spoke hath weeded from my heart an ancient root of envy. If Jupiter should from yon cloud speak divine things, and say 'tis true, I'd not believe him more than thee, all noble Coriolanus. Let me twine mine arms about that body, where against my granite ash 100 times hath broke, and scarred the moon with splinters, ere here I clip the anvil of my sword, and do contest as hotly and as nobly with thy love as ever in ambitious strength I did contend against thy valour. Know thou first, I loved the maid I married, never man sighed truer Beth. But that I see thee here, thou noble thing, more dances my rapt heart than when I first wedded mistress saw bestride my threshold. Why, thou Mars, I tell thee, we have power on foot, and I had purpose once more to hew thy target from thy brawn, or lose mine arm for't. Thou hast beat me out 12 several times, and I have nightly since dreamt of encounters twixt thyself and me. We have been down together in my sleep, unbuckling helms, fisting each other's throats, and racked half dead with nothing. Worthy Coriolanus, had we no quarrel else to Rome, but that were thou art thence banished, we would muster all but from 12 to 70, in pouring war into the bowels of ungrateful Rome, like blood flowed out of the bar. Oh, come, go in, and take our friendly senators by the hands, who now are here, taking their leaves of me, who are prepared against your territories, though not for Rome itself.
You bless me, gods.
Therefore, most absolute sir, if thou wilt have the leading of thine own revenge, take the one half of my commission, and set down as best thou art experienced, since thou knowest the country's strength and weaknesses, thine own ways, whether to knock against the gates of Rome, or rudely visit them in parts remote, to fright them, ere destroy. But come in. Let me commend thee first to those that shall say yea to thy desires. 1,000 welcomes, and more a friend than e'er an enemy. Yet Coriolanus was much. Your hand, most welcome.
Here's a strange alteration.
By my hand, I had thought to have struck him with a cudgel, yet my mind gave me his clothes made a false report of him.
What an arm he has! He turned me about with his finger and his thumb, as one would set up a top.
Nay, I knew by his face that there was something in him. He had, sir, a kind of face, methought. I cannot tell how to term it.
He had so, looking as it were, would I were hanged, but I thought there was more to him than I could think.
So did I, I'll be sworn. He is simply the rarest man in the world.
I think he is, but a greater soldier than he you wot on.
Who, my master?
Nay, it's no matter for that.
With 6 on him.
Nay, not so neither, but I take him to be the greater soldier.
Faith, look you. One cannot tell how to say that. For the defense of a town, our general is excellent.
Aye, and for an assault too.
Oh, slaves, I can tell you news, you rascals.
What?
What? Let's partake.
I would not be a Roman of all nations. I had as leave to be a condemned man.
Wherefore?
Wherefore?
Why, here's he that was wont to thwack our general, Caius Coriolanus.
Why do you say thwack our general?
I do not say thwack our general, but he was always good enough for him.
Come, we are fellows and friends. He was ever too hard for him. I have heard him say so himself.
He was too hard for him directly, to say the truth on't. Before Coriolanus, he scotched him and notched him like a carbon ado.
And he had been cannibally given. He might have broiled and eaten him too.
But more of thy news?
He is so made on here within, as if he were son and heir to Mars, and sat at upper end of the table. No question asked him by any of the senators, but they stand bald before him. Our general himself makes a mistress of him, sanctifies himself with his hand, and turns up the white o' the eye to his discourse. But the bottom of the news is that our general is cut in the middle, and but one half of what he was yesterday, for the other half has half by the entreaty and the grant of the whole table. He'll go, he says, and so all the porter of Rome gates by the ears. He will mow all down before him and leave his passage polled.
And he's as like dot to do it as any man can imagine.
Do it! He'll do it! For look you, sir, he has as many friends as enemies. Which friends, sir, as it were, durst not look you, sir, now then show themselves, as we term it, his friends whilst he's in directitude.
Directitude? What's that?
But when they shall see, sir, his crest up again, and the man in blood, and they will out of their burrows like conies after rain, and revel all with him.
But when goes this forward?
Tomorrow, today, presently, you shall have the drum struck up this afternoon. 'Tis as it were a parcel of their feast, and to be executed ere they wipe their lips.
Why? Then we shall have a stirring world again. This peace is nothing but to rust iron, increase tailors, and breed ballad makers.
Let me have war, say I. It exceeds peace as far as day does night. It's sprightly, waking, audible, and full of vent. Peace is very apoplexy, lethargy, mullet, death, sleepy, insensible, a getter of more bastard children than war's a destroyer of men.
'Tis so, and as war in some sort may be said to be a ravisher, so it can not be denied but peace is a great maker of cuckolds.
Aye, and it makes men hate one another.
Reason, because they then had less need one another. The wars for my money. I hope to see Romans as cheap as Volscians. They are rising. They are rising!
In!
Rome, a public place. Enter Sicinius and Brutus. We hear naught of him. Neither need we fear him. His remedies are tame in the presence of peace and the quietness of the people, which before were in wild hurry. Here do we make his friends blush that the world goes well, who rather had, though they themselves did suffer before it, behold the sensuous numbers pestering the streets, than see our tradesmen with their shops and going about their functions friendly.
We stood to it in good time. Is this Menenius?
'Tis he. Oh, he has grown most kind of late. Hail, sir!
Hail to you both.
Your Coriolanus is not much missed, but with his friends the Commonwealth doth stand, and so would do, were he more angry at it.
All's well, and might have been much better if he could have temporized.
Where is he, hear you?
Nay, I hear nothing. His mother and his wife hear nothing from him.
The gods preserve you both.
Good den, neighbors.
God den to you all. God den to you all.
Ourselves, our wives, and children, on our knees, are bound to pray for you both.
Live and live and thrive.
Farewell, kind neighbors. We wished Coriolanus had loved you as we did.
Now the gods keep
you.
Farewell. This is a happier and more comely time than when those fellows ran about the streets crying confusion.
Caius Coriolanus was a worthy officer of the war, but insolent, overcome with pride, ambitious past all thinking, self-loving.
And affecting one sole throne without assistance.
I think not so.
We should by this, to our lamentation, if he had gone forth consul, found it so.
The gods have well prevented it, and Rome sits safe and still without him.
Worthy tribunes, there is a slave whom we have put in prison. Reports the Volscis with two several powers are entered in the Roman territories, and with the deepest malice of war destroy lives what before them.
'Tis Ophidius, who, hearing of our Coriolanus' banishment, thrust forth his horns again into the world, which were enshelled when Coriolanus stood for Rome, and durst not peep out.
Come, what talk of Coriolanus?
Go see this rumored whipped. It cannot be the vultures that dare break with us.
Cannot be. We have records that it very well can, and 3 examples of the like have been within my age. But reason with the fellow, before you punish him, where he heard this, lest you shall chance to whip your information and beat the messenger who bids beware of what is to be dreaded.
Tell not me, I know this cannot be.
Not possible.
The nobles in great earnestness are going all to the Senate House. Some news has come that turns their countenances.
'Tis the slave. Go whip him. For the people's eyes, he's rising nothing but his report.
Yes, worthy sir, the slave's report is seconded, and more fearful is delivered.
What more fearful?
It is spoke freely out of many mouths, how probable I do not know, that Coriolanus, joined with Ophidius, leads a power against Rome and vows revenge as spacious as between the youngest and the oldest thing.
This is most unlikely. This is most likely, actually. He always was hateful to the city.
Raised only that the weakest sort may wish good Coriolanus home again. Where's your place?
Enter a second messenger.
You are sent for to the Senate. A fearful army led by Caius Coriolanus, associated with Aufidius, rages upon our territories and have already overboard their way, consumed with fire, and took what lay before them.
Oh, you have made good work.
What news? What news?
You have hoped to ravish your own daughters, and to melt the city leads upon your pates, to see your wives dishonored to your noses.
What's the news? What's the news?
Your temples burned in the cement, and your franchises whereon you stood, confined into an augur's bore.
Pray now, your news. You have made fair work, I fear me. Pray your news. If Coriolanus should be joined with falsekins.
If he is their god, he leads them like a thing made by some other deity than nature, that shapes man better, and they follow him against us brats, with no less confidence than boys pursuing summer butterflies, or butchers killing flies.
You have made good work, you and your apron men, you that stood so up much in the voice of occupation and the breath of garlic eaters.
He will shake your Rome about your ears.
As Hercules did shake down mellow fruit. You have made fair work.
But is this true, sir? Aye, and you look pale before and find it other. All the regions do smilingly revolt, and who resist are mocked for valiant ignorance, and perish constant fools. Whoest can blame him? Your enemies and his find something in him.
We are all undone, unless the noble man have mercy.
Who shall ask it? The tribunes cannot do it for shame. The people deserve such pity of him as the wolf does of the shepherds. For his best friends, if they should say, "Be good to Rome," they charged him even as those who should do that deserved his hate, and therein showed like enemies.
'Tis true. If he were put into my house, the brand that should consume it, I have not the face to say, beseech you, cease. You have made fair hands, you and your crafts. You have crafted fair.
You have brought a trembling upon Rome, such as was never so incapable of help.
Say not we brought it.
How? Was it we? We loved him, but like beasts and cowardly nobles gave way unto your clusters. We did hoot him out the city.
But I fear they'll roar him in again. Tullus Aufidius, the second name of men, obeys his points, as if he were his officer. Desperation is all the policy, strength, and defense that Rome can make against them.
Here come the clusters. And is Aufidius with him? You are they that made the air unwholesome, when you cast your stinking greasy caps and hooting at Coriolanus' exile. Now he is coming, and not a hair upon a soldier's head which will not prove a whip. As many coxcombs as you threw caps up will he tumble down, and pay you for your voices. 'Tis no matter, if he could burn us all into one coal, we have deserved it.
Faith, we have fearful news. For my own part, when I said banish him, I said 'twas pity.
And so did I.
And so did I. And to say the truth, so did very many of us that we did. We did for the best, and that we willingly consented to his banishment, yet it was against our will. Yea, very goodly things, you voices.
You have made good work, you and your cry. Shouts to the capital.
Oh aye, what else?
Go, masters, get you home. Be not dismayed. These are a side that would be glad to have this true which they do seem to fear. Go home, show no sign of fear.
The gods be good to us. Come, masters, let's home. I ever said were I the wrong when he banished him.
So did we all. But come, let's home.
I do not like this news.
Nor I.
Let's to the capital. Would half my wealth would buy this for a lie.
Pray, let us go. A camp, a small distance from Rome. Enter Aufidius and his lieutenant. Do they still fly to the Roman?
I do not know what witchcraft's in him, but your soldiers use him as the graceful meat. Their talk at table, and their thanks at end, and you are darkened in this action, sir, even by your own.
I cannot help now, unless by using means I lame the foot of our design. He bears himself more proudlier even to my person than I thought he would when first I did embrace him, yet his nature in that's no change then. I must excuse what can't be amended.
Yet I wish, sir, I mean for you particular, you had not joined in commission with him, but either had borne the action of yourself, or else to him had left it solely.
I understand thee well, and be thou sure, when he shall come to his account, he knows not what I can urge against him, although it seems, and so he thinks, and is no less apparent to the vulgar eye, that he bears all things fairly, and shows good husbandry for the bull-skinned state, fights dragon-like, and does achieve as soon as draw his sword. Yet he hath left undone that which shall break his neck or hazard mine, whene'er we come to our account.
Sir, I beseech you, think you he'll carry Rome?
All places yield to him ere he sits down, and the nobility of Rome are his. The senators and patricians love him too. The tribunes are no soldiers, and their people will be rash in repeal, as hasty to expel him hence. I think he'll be to Rome as is the osprey to the fish, who takes it by sovereignty of nature. But first he was a noble servant to them, but he could not carry his honours, even whether 'twas pride, which out of daily fortune ever taints the happy man, whether defect of judgment, to fail in the disposing of those chances which he was lord of, or whether nature, not to be other than one thing, not moving from the cask or to the cushion, but commanding peace, even when the same austerity grab as controlled the war. But one of these things he hath spices of him, not all, for I dare so far free him, made him feared, so hated, so banished, but he has a merit to choke out in the utterance. So our virtues lie in interpretation of the time, and power unto itself is most commendable, hath not a tomb so evident as its share to extol what it hath done. One fire drives out one fire, one nail. Rights by rights falter, strengths by strength do fail. Come, let us away then. When Caius, Rome is thine, thou art poorest of all, then shortly art thou mine. And with the end of Act 4, we will take our second intermission for the afternoon. Time for refreshments. The restrooms are clear of any queues, and we will see you in a mere 10 minutes. Hold steady, hold fast. And welcome back, all. Hope you were refreshed. Hope you are doing well. And now it is time for the thrilling conclusion of Coriolanus, as interpreted by William Shakespeare.
No.
Act 5, Rome, a public place. Enter Mennius, Cominius, Sicinius, and Brutus.
No, I'll not go. You hear what he hath said, which was sometimes his general, who loved him in a most dear particular. He called me father, but what of that? Go you that banished him, a mile before his tent fall down, and knee the way into his mercy. Nay, if he coyed to hear Cominius speak, I'll keep at home.
He would not seem to know me.
Do you hear?
Yet one time he did call me by my name. I urged our old acquaintance in the drops that we have bled together. Coriolanus he would not answer to, forbade all names. He was a kind of nothing, titleless, till he had forged himself a name o'er the fire of burning Rome.
Why so? You have made good work. A pair of tribunes that hath racked for Rome to make coals cheap, a noble memory.
I minded him how royal 'twas to pardon when it was less expected. He replied, it was a bare petition of a state to one whom they had punished.
Very well. Could he say less?
I offered to awaken his regard for his private friends. His answer to me was, he could not stay to pick them in a pile of noisome, musty chaff. He said 'twas folly, for one poor grain or two to leave unburnt, and still to nose the
For
offense.
one poor grain or two? I am one of those. His mother, his wife, his child, and this brave fellow too. We are the grains. You are the musty chaff, and you are smelt above the moon. We must be burnt for you?
Nay, pray be patient. If you refuse your aid in this so never needed help, yet do not upbraid with your distress. But sure, if you would be your country's pleader, your good tongue more than this instant army we can make might stop our countrymen.
No, I'll not meddle.
Pray you go to him.
What should I do?
Only make trial what your love can do for Rome, towards Coriolanus.
Well, and say that Coriolanus returned to me, as Cominius is returned? Unheard. What then? But as a discontented friend, grief-shot with his unkindness? Say it be so.
Yet your goodwill must have that thanks from Rome, after the measure, as you intended well.
I'll undertake it. I think he'll hear me. Yet to bite his lip and hum at good Cominius much unhearts me. He is not taken well. He had not dined. The veins unfilled, our blood is cold, and then we pout upon the morning, are unapt to give or to forgive. But when we have stuffed these conveyances of our blood with wine and feeding, we have suppler souls than in our priest-like fasts. Therefore, I'll watch him till he be dieted to my request, and then I'll set upon him.
You know the very road into his kindness, and cannot lose your way.
Good faith, I'll prove him. Speed how it will. I shall ere long have knowledge of my success.
We'll never hear him.
Not.
I tell you, he does not sit in gold. His eye red as 'twill burn Rome, and his injury the jailer to his pity. I kneeled before him. 'Twas very faintly he said, rise. Dismissed me, thus with his speechless hand what he would do, he sent in writing after me what he would not, bound with an oath to yield his conditions, so that all hope is vain, unless his noble mother and his wife, who as I hear mean to solicit him, for mercy to his country. Therefore let's hence, and with our fair entreaties haste them on.
Entrance to the Volscian camp before Rome.
Stay. Whence are you?
Stand and go back.
You godlike men, 'tis well, but By your leave, I am an officer of state, and come to speak with Coriolanus.
From whence?
From Rome.
You may not pass, you must return. Our general will no more hear from thence.
You'll see your Rome embraced with fire before you speak with Coriolanus.
Good, my friends, if you have heard your general talk of Rome, and of his friends there, it is lots to blanks. My name hath touched your ears, it is Menenius. I don't know
Be
my
it
own name.
so, go back. The virtue of your name is not here passable.
I tell thee, fellow, the general is my lover. I have been the book of his good acts, whence men have read his name unparalleled, happily amplified. For I have ever verified my friends, of whom he's chief, with all the sighs that verity would without relapsing suffer. Nay, sometimes, like to a bowl upon settled ground, I have tumbled past the throw, and in his praise have almost stamped the leasing. Therefore, fellow, I must have leave to pass.
Faith, sir, if you had told as many lies in his behalf as you have uttered words in your own, you should not pass here. No. Though it were as virtuous to lie as to live chastely, therefore go back.
Prithee, fellow, remember, my name is Menenius, always factionary on the party of your general.
Howsoever you have been his liar, as you say you have, I am one that, telling true under him, must say you cannot pass. Therefore, go back.
Has he dined? Canst thou tell? For I would not speak with him till after dinner.
You are a Roman, are you?
I am, as thy general is.
Then you should hate Rome as he does. Can you, when you have pushed out your gates, the very defender of them, and, in a violent popular ignorance, given your enemy your shield, think to front his revenges with the easy groans of old women, the virginal palms of your daughters, or with the palsied intercession of such a decayed dotant as you seem to be? Can you think to blow out the intended fire your city is ready to flame in, with such weak breath as this? No, you are deceived. Therefore, back to Rome, and prepare for your execution. You are condemned. Our general has sworn you out of reprieve and pardon.
Sirrah, if thy captain knew I were but here, he would use me with estimation.
Come, my captain knows you not.
I mean thy general.
My general cares not for you. Back, I say, go, lest I let forth your half pint of blood. Back! That's the utmost you're having. Back!
But nay, but fellow,
What's
fellow!
the matter?
Now, you companion, I'll say an errand for you. You shall know now that I am in estimation. You shall perceive that a Jack Gaunt cannot office me from my son Coriolanus. Guess but my entertainment with him, if thou standest not in the state of hanging, or if some death more long in spectatorship and crueler in suffering, behold now presently and swoon for what is to come upon thee. The glorious gods sit in hourly synod about thy particular prosperity, and love thee no worse than thy old father Menenius does. My son, thou art preparing a fire for us. Look thee, here's water to quench it. I was hardly moved to come to thee, but being assured none but myself could move thee, I have been blown out of your gates with sighs, and conjured thee to pardon Rome, and thy petitionary countrymen. The good gods assuage thy wrath, and turn thy dregs of it upon this varlet here, this who, like a block, hath denied my access to thee.
Away.
How? Away?
Wife, mother, child, I know not. My affairs are servanted to others. Though I owe my revenge properly, my mission lies in the Volscian breast. That we have been familiar, great forgetfulness shall poison. I'd rather than pity note how much. Before be gone, mine ears against your suit are stronger than your gates against my force. Yet, for I loved thee, take this along. I write it for thy sake, and would have rent it. Another word, Menenius, I will not hear thee speak. This man, Adolphus, was my beloved in Rome, yet thou holds.
You keep a constant temper.
Now, sir, is your name Menenius?
'Tis a spell, you see, of much power. You know the way home again.
Do you hear how we are shent for keeping your greatness back?
What cause do you think I have to swoon?
I neither care for the world nor your general. For such things as you, I can scarce think there's any. You're so slight. He that hath a will to die by himself fears it not from another. Let your general do his worst. For you, be that you are long, and your misery increase with your age, I say to you, as I was said to, away.
A noble fellow. I warrant him.
The worthy fellow is our general. He's the rock, the oak, not to be wind shaken.
We will, before the walls of Rome tomorrow, set down our host. My partner in this action, you must report to the Volscian lords how plainly I have borne this business.
Only their ends you have respected, stopped your errors against the general suit of Rome, now admitted a private whisper, no, not with such friends, that thought them sure of you.
This last old man, whom with a cracked art I have sent to Rome, loved me above the measure of a father. They guarded me, indeed. Their latest refuge was to send him, for whose old love I have, though I showed sourly to him. Once more offered the first conditions, which they did refuse and cannot now accept. To grace him only that thought he could do more, and very little I have yielded to. Fresh embassies and suits, nor from the state nor private friends hereafter will I lend ear to. Ha! What shout is this? Shall I be tempted to infringe my vow in the same time 'tis made? I will not.
Enter in mourning habits Virgilia and Volumina, leading young Coriolanus, Valeria, and attendants.
My wife comes foremost, and the iron mold wherein his trunk was framed, and in her hand the grandchild to her blood. But out of affection, all bond and privilege of nature break. Let it be virtuous to be obstinate. What is this courtesy worth? Oh, these devil's ice which can make God's forsworn, I melt, and I am not of stronger earth than others. My mother bows as if Olympus to a molehill should in supplication nod, and my young boy hath an aspect of intercession which great nature cries, deny not. With the Volscians plough Rome and harrow Italy, I'll never be such a gosling to obey instinct, but stand as if a man were offered to himself and knew no other kin.
My lord and husband!
These eyes are not the same, I warn Rome.
The sorrow that delivers us, changed, makes you think so.
Like a dull actor now, I have forgot my part. I am out even to full disgrace. Best of my flesh, forgive my tyranny. But do not say for that forgive our Romans. Oh, a kiss long as my exile, sweet as my revenge. Now by the jealous queen of heaven, that kiss I carried from thee, dear, and my true lip hath virgined it e'er since. You gods, I prate, and most noble mother of the world, leave unsaluted, sink my knee in the earth. Thy deep duty more impressions show than that of common sons.
Go, stand up, blessed, whilst with no softer cushion than the flint, I kneel before thee, and improperly show duty, as mistaken all this while between the child and the parent.
What is this? These to me, to your corrected son? And let the pebbles on the hungry beach fill up the stars, and let the mutinous winds strike the proud cedars against the fiery sun, muttering impossibility to make what cannot be slight work.
Thou art my warrior. I hope to frame thee. Do you know this lady?
Noble sister of Publicola, moon of Rome, chaste as the icicle that's curdied by the most frost and from pure snow and hangs in Dian's temple. Dear Valeria.
This is a poor epitome of yours, which by the interpretation of full time may show like all yourself.
The god of soldiers, with the consent of supreme Jove, inform thy thoughts with nobleness, that thou mayst prove to shame invulnerable, and stick at the walls like a great sea mark, standing every flaw and saving those that eye thee.
Your name, Zira.
That's my brave boy.
Eventy, your wife, this lady, and myself are suitors to you.
I beseech you, peace. Or if you'd ask, remember this before, the thing I have forsworn to grant may never be held by your denials. Do not bid me dismiss my soldiers or capitulate again with Rome's mechanics. Tell me not wherein I seem unnatural. Desire not to lay my rages and revenges with your colder reasons.
Oh, no more, no more. You have said you will not grant us anything, for we have nothing else to ask but that which you deny already. Yet we will ask. If you fail in our request, the blame may hang upon your hardness. Therefore, hear us.
Ophidius, and you vocis mark. For we hear not from Rome in private your request.
Should we be silent and not speak? Our armament and state of bodies would bewray what life we have led since thy exile. Think with thyself how more unfortunate than all living women are we come hither. Since that thy sight should make your eyes flow with joy, hearts dance with comfort, and strains them weep and shake with fear and sorrow, making the mother, wife and child to see the son, the husband and the father tearing his country's bowels out. And abhor we thine enmities most capital. Thou bearest us our prayers to the gods, which is a comfort that all but we enjoy. For how can we, alas, how can we for our country pray? Whereto we are bound together with thy victory, whereto are we bound? Alack, or we must lose the country, our dear nurse, or else thy person, our comfort in this country. We must find an evident calamity, though we had our wish which side should win. For either thou must, as a foreign recruit, be led with manacles through our streets, or else triumphantly tread to thy country's ruin, and bear the palm for having bravely shed thy wife and children. Oh, myself, son, I purpose not to want on fortune till these wars determine. If I cannot persuade thee rather to show a noble grace to both parts than seek in one, thou shalt no sooner march to assault thy country than to tread. Trust thou shalt not on thy mother's womb that brought thee into this world.
I and mine that brought you forth this boy to keep your name living to time.
Ah, shall not tread on me. I'll run away till I'm bigger, but then I'll fight.
Not a woman's tenderness to be. Requires no child, no woman's face to see. I have sat too long.
Nay, go not from us. If it were so that our request did tend to save the Romans, thereby to destroy the Volsces whom you serve, you might condemn us as poisoners of your honor. No? Our suit is that you reconcile them, while the Volsces may say, this mercy we have showed. The Romans, this we received. And each and either side give thee all hail to thee and cry, be blessed for making up this peace. Thou knowest, great son, the end of the war's uncertain. This certain, that if thou conquer Rome, the benefit which thou shalt thereby reap is such a name, whose repetition will be dogged with curses, whose chronicles thus writ, the man was noble, but with his last attempt he wiped it out, destroyed his country, and his name remains to the ensuing age abhorred. Speak to me, son! Thou hast affected the fine strains of honor to imitate the graces of the gods, to dare with thunder and wide cheek to the air, and yet to charge thy sofa with a boat that should but rive and oak. Why dost thou not speak? Think thou it's honorable for a noble man still to remember wrongs? Daughter, speak you. It cares not for your weeping. Speak thou, boy. Perhaps thou childlessness will move him more than can our reason. There's no man in this world more bound to his mother. Yet here he is, lets me prate like one in the stocks. Thou hast never in thy life showed thy dear mother any courtesy. And she, poor hen, fond of no second brood, has clucked thee to the wars and safely home, loaded with honor. Say my request unjust, and spurn me back. But if it be not so, thou art not honest, and the gods will plague thee, that thou restraint from me that do a mother's part belongs. He turns away. Down, ladies. Let us shame him with our knees. His surname, Coriolanus, longs more pride than pity in our prayers. Down, and end. This is the last. So we will home to Rome and die among our neighbors. Nay, beholds this boy that cannot tell what he would have, but kneels and holds up bands for fellowship. Does reason our petition with more strength than thou hast to deny it? So, this fellow had aversion to his mother. His wife is in Corioli, and his child like him by chance. Give us your dispatch. I am hushed until our city be afire, and then I'll speak little.
Oh, mother, what have you done? Behold, the heavens do ope, the gods look down, and this unnatural scene they laugh at. My mother, you have won a happy victory to Rome. For your son, believe it, oh, believe it. Most dangerously you would have him prevailed, if not most mortal to him, but let it come. Phidias, though I cannot make true wars, I'll frame convenient peace. Now, good Phidias, were you in my stead, would you have heard a mother less, or granted less? Phidias?
I was moved withal.
I dare be sworn you were. Sir, it is no little thing to make mine eyes to sweet compassion. But good sir, what peace you'll make, advise me. For my part, I'll not to Rome. I'll back with you, and pray you stand to me in this cause, mother, wife.
I am glad thou hast set thy mercy and thy honour at difference in thee. Out of that I'll work myself a former fortune.
Aye, by and by. But we drink together, and you shall bear better witness back than words, which we, on like conditions, we will have countersealed. Come, enter with us, ladies. You deserve to have a temple built to you. All the swords in Italy and their Confederate arms could not have made this peace.
Rome, a public place. Enter Mennius and Sicinius.
See you yond corn, the capital, yond cornerstone.
Why, what of it?
If it be possible for you to displace it with your little finger, there is some hope the ladies of Rome, especially his mother, may prevail with him. But I say there is no hope in it. Our throats are sentenced and stay upon execution.
Is it possible that so short a time can alter the condition of a man?
There is differency between a grub and a butterfly, yet your butterfly was a grub. This Coriolanus is a grown from man to dragon. He has wings. He's more than a creepy thing.
He loved his mother dearly.
So did he me. And he no more remembers his mother now than an 8-year-old horse. The tartness on his face sours ripe grapes. When he walks, he moves like an engine, and the ground shrieks before his treading. He is able to pierce a corslet with his eye, talks like a knell, and his hum is a battery. He sits in his state as a thing made for Alexander. What he bids be done is finished with his bidding. He wants nothing of a god but eternity and a heaven to throne in.
Yes, mercy, if you report him truly.
I paint him in the character. Mark what mercy his mother shall bring from him. There is no more mercy in him than there is milk in a male tiger. That shall our poor city find, and all this is long of you.
The gods be good unto us.
No. In such a case, the gods will not be good unto us. When we banished him, we respected him, them not. And he returning to break our necks, they respect us not.
Sir, if you'll save your life, fly to your house. The plebeians have got your fellow tribune and hail him up and down, all swearing, if the Roman ladies bring not comfort home, they'll give him death by inches.
Enter a second messenger. What's the news?
Good news, good news. Ladies have prevailed. The Volscians are dislodged and Coriolanus gone. A merry day did never yet greet Rome. No, not the expulsion of the Tarquins.
Friend, art thou certain it is true? Is it most certain?
As certain as I know the sun is fine. Where you think you lurked, that you'd make doubt of it. There, through an arch, so hurried the blown tide, as the comforted through the gates. Why, hark you! The trumpets, sackbuts, psalteries, and fifes, tabors and cymbals, the shouting Romans, make the sun dance, hark you!
Oh, this is good news. I will go meet the ladies. This Volumnia is worth of consuls, senators, patricians, a city full of tribunes such as you, a sea and land full. You have prayed well today. This morning, for 10,000 of your throats, I'd not have given a doit. Hark how they joy!
First, the gods bless you for your tidings. Next, accept my thankfulness.
So we have all great cause to give thanks.
They are near the city.
Almost at point to enter.
We will meet them and help the joy. A street. Enter 2 senators, Volumnia, Virgilia, and Valeria. Hmm.
Behold, our patroness, the life of Rome! Call all your tribes together, praise the gods, and make triumphant fires. Stew flowers before them, unshout the noise that banished Coriolanus. Repeal him with the welcome of his mother. Cry, welcome, ladies, welcome!
Welcome, ladies, welcome.
Meanwhile, an anteum at a public place. Enter Tullius Ophidius and attendants. Go tell the lords of the city I'm here. Deliver them this paper, having read it. Bid them repair to the marketplace, where I, even in theirs and in the common ears, will vouch the truth of it. Him I accuse. The city ports by this hath entered, and intends to appear before the people, hoping to purge himself with words. Dispatch.
How is it with our general?
Even so, as with a man by his own alms empoisoned, and with his charity slain.
Most noble sir, if you do hold the same intent wherein you wish us parties, we'll deliver you of your great danger.
Sir, I cannot tell. We must proceed as we do find the people.
The people remain uncertain, whilst twixt you there's a difference, but the fall of either makes the survivor heir of all.
I know it, and my pretext to strike him at him admits a good construction. I raised him, and I pawned mine honour for his truth. Who being so heightened, he watered his new plants with dews of flattery, seducing so my friends. To this end he borrowed his nature, never known before but to be rough, unswayable, and free.
Sir, his stoutness, which he did stand for counsel, which he lost by lack of stooping.
That I would have spoke of, being banished for it. He came unto my hearth and presented it to me, knifed his throat. I took him, made him joint servant with me, gave him way in all his own desires. Nay, let him choose out of my files his projects to accomplish. My best and freshest men served his designments in mine own person, hope to reap the fame which he did end all his, and took some pride to do it myself this wrong, till at last I seemed his follower, not his partner, and he waged me with his countenance, as if I had been mercenary.
So he did, my lord. The army marvelled at it, and in the last, when he had carried Rome, that we looked for no less spoil than glory.
There was it, for which my sinews shall be stretched upon him, at a few drops of women's rem, which are as cheap as lies. He sold the blood and labour of our great action. Therefore he shall die, and I'll renew me in his fall. But hark!
Your native town you entered like a post, and had no welcomes home. Now he returns, splitting the air with noise.
And patient fools, whose children he hath slain, their base throats tear with giving him glory.
Therefore at your advantage, ere he express himself or move the people with what he would say, let him feel your sword, which we will second. When he lies along, after your way is tale pronounced, shall bury his reasons with his body.
Say no more. Here come the lords.
You're most welcome,
Welcome
home.
home.
Welcome home.
I have not deserved it, but worthy lords, have you pursued what I had heard in you?
We have.
We have.
And grieved to hear it. What thoughts he made before the last, I think, might have found easy finds, but there to end where he was to begin and give away the benefit of our levies, answering us with our own charge, making a treaty where there was a yielding, and submits no excuse.
He approaches. You shall hear him.
Hail, lords! I am returned your soldier, no more infected with my country's love than when I parted hence, but still subsisting under your great command. You are to know that prosperously I have attempted, and with bloody passage, led your wars even to the gates of Rome. Our spoils we have brought home do more than counterpose a full third party the charges of the action. We have made peace with No less honor to the Antonites than shame to the Romans. We here deliver, subscribed by the consuls and patricians together, seal of the Senate that we have compounded on.
Read it not, noble lords, but tell the traitor in the highest degree he hath abused your powers.
Traitor? How now?
Aye, traitor Coriolanus.
Coriolanus?
Aye, Coriolanus. Caius Coriolanus. Dost thou think I'll disgrace thee with that robbery that I stole in name Coriolanus and Corioli? You lords and heads of state, perfidiously he has betrayed your business and given up for certain drops of salt your city Rome. I say your city, to his wife and mother, breaking his oath and resolution like a twist of rotten silk, never admit in council of war, but at his nurse's tears he whined and roared away your victory, that pages blushed at him, and men of heart looked wondering each at each other.
No, hearest thou, Mars?
Name not the god, thou boy of tears.
Ah!
No more.
Measureless. For what contains it? Boy? Oh, slave, pardon me, lords. 'Tis the first time that ever I was forced to scold. For judgments, my grave lords, must give this cur the lie, and this own notion, who wears my stripes impressed upon him, that must bear my beating to his grave, shall point to thrust the lie upon unto him.
Peace both, and hear me speak.
Cut me to pieces, ulces. Men and lads, slain all your edges on me. Boy, falsehood, you have writ your annals true. 'Tis there, that like an eagle in a dovecote, I flutter your volscians in Corioli. Alone I did it, boy.
Why, noble lords, will you be put in mind of his blind fortune, which was your shame, and by this unholy braggart, for your own eyes and ears?
Let him not
Let him die for it.
Tear him to pieces.
presently.
He killed my son.
My daughter.
He killed my cousin Marcus.
Kill my father.
Damn.
Curtis.
Sure.
Oh,
Whoever.
Peace ho, no outrage, peace! The man is noble, and his fame folds in this orb of the earth. His last offences to us shall have judicious hearing. Stand, Aufidius, and trouble not the peace.
Oh, that I had him, with 6 Aufidiuses, or more his tribe, to use my lawful sword.
Insolent villain.
Kill! 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 Hold! Hold! Hold!
My noble masters, hear me speak.
O Tullus,
Thou hast done a deed whereat valor will weep.
Tread not upon him. Masters, all be quiet. Put up your swords.
My lords, when you shall know, as is this rage provoked by him, you cannot. The great danger that which this man's life did owe you, you'll rejoice that he is thus cut off. Please it your honours to call me to your senate. I'll deliver myself your loyal servant, or endure your heaviest censure.
bear from hence his body and mourn you for him. Let him be regarded as the most noble course that ever herald did follow to his urn.
His own impatience takes from Aufidius a great part of blame. Let's make the best of it.
My rage is gone. I am struck with sorrow. Take him up. Help 3 of the chiefest soldiers. I'll be one. Beat thou the drum that speak mournfully. Trail your steel pikes. Though in this city I hath widowed and unchild many a one, which to this hour bewail the injury, yet he shall have a noble memory. Assist. And fall curtain. Yay!
So fun.
Poor Coriolanus, doomed from the beginning.
Yes, you died at your Aufidius's hands. Fun times. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your follows, your subscriptions, everything. It's been great. We love it all the time. We do appreciate it. We're going to go around and let everyone say where you can find them, what they're doing online, because we love to lift up everyone in this community. And that is what we are, a giant community, even if we are stuck home alone by ourselves.
Yep.
All right. So reverse order. Curtis, thank you again for joining us. This was a pleasure. Absolute pleasure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I had a fantastic time. I really loved hearing everybody's voices and taking on different characters. And this was my first Coriolanus experience, actually. Like, I kind of knew it, but never read it. So I loved, like, just getting, like, really immersed in the whole thing. So that was fantastic. So I am on Twitter at Captain Kirkjack. I'm also going to be doing several, because I can't take people out of my boat right now, I'll be doing several live streams of nature tours from my boat, the landing craft Orca, up here in Homer, Alaska. So be on the lookout for that. I'll put some links up for that. There's lots of birds, the whales are returning, and we have a really good Wi-Fi connection out there. So it's been pretty cool to do live stream stuff. So keep an eye out for that. And hopefully more Shakespeare as well. I loved it. Thank you.
Thank you again. Also, thank you for getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning to join us, because apparently that's a thing and time zones are complicated. But thank you again. Next up, Reen, thank you.
Hello, hello. I am Fairy Reen, pretty much everywhere on the Twitters and Twitch. You can also find us with Geeky Bugbear and doing things with our friends like Dee here. Thank you so much for having us. This was a hoot, and I am looking forward to returning to you all tomorrow with her, presenting Julius Caesar. So fun.
Yes, yes, that will be fun. I can't wait. We'll talk. We'll talk about what happens next. But next up, Pope. Thank you again for coming. Thank you for joining. Also, thank you for your dulcet tones in the beginning of a number of all of the Shakespeare productions of Classics on Twitch. For those wondering, Pope does the intro voices for, or intros for the Shakespeare productions, and our dear friend Chris Geary does the non-Shakespeare productions, all of the things that we were doing that way. So, thank you. Thank you.
It's a joy doing all of this. As for me, hey everybody, Pope here, Pope World Bill on Twitter, Pope World Bill on Twitch. I lurk in all your streams. You want to see more of this ridiculous face? You tune in here tomorrow. There's that pesky fellow Julius Caesar that I think we'll be doing something about. But yeah, no, this was absolutely joyous. I had such a great time, and such a great time just meeting all these wonderful new people. These wonderful, wonderful, kind, fantastic people.
Right. It's the best part, right?
Yeah, I love every second of this. And if nothing else, folks, those of you who are watching us live on VOD, on YouTube, love you all. We all need kindness at this point in our lives, more than anything. So follow these glorious people and be a part of the community that you already are, but bring it in more. And just remember, don't forget to love one another, be kind, see you soon.
All right, well, skipping me and going to the, I'm going to call it star of the hour, because playing both...
that's sweet. You don't have to do that. I quite liked everybody's performances. There
I
were
love-
points where I was tearing up when other people were talking, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm also, you got to play one of my favorite characters in Shakespearean literature.
Also
which
true. I just thank you guys for letting me do it, because I was like, I'm so torn. I don't know which one, because I'll never get to play Coriolanus on a stage, like, ever. So that's why I was like, please let me read it. And then, but then the mom, who actually saved today. I know.
Yeah. Volumnia is one of the most... Side note, go look up Livy. He is a Roman historian. He wrote the history of Coriolanus, but you can find it in translation. It's not just in Latin. But his explanation and history of Volumnia is dope. She is considered one of, it's like, and her son Coriolanus. But no, Volumnia is great. So, but then, thank you. You were wonderful.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for coming and joining us. I know you were
I should be
super
thanking
busy.
you for letting me come to just read. Like I was telling you, I don't do Shakespeare anymore. I used to do it professionally, and then life changed, and I don't do stage productions as much anymore, and I work to run theaters instead of being on the stage. So yeah, I miss this. So thank you all for playing at the table with me. I'm Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. I roll dice and I tell stories on my own channel and with other awesome people like this all over the internet. And during the day, as per this new quarantine, my theater has shut its doors and we opened a Twitch channel with a partnership yesterday. And we've been streaming. I work for an improv company, so we've got more laughs than you can shake a stick at. So you can check us out during the day. I'm producing and managing that channel now. So that's where you can find me during the day. And at night, I'm off rolling dice and telling stories. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, our wayward Obi-Wan Kenobi, who managed not to suffer Sithphilis today.
Yes. You know, I think I didn't get syphilis last time either. Just saying, I'm pretty sure I managed to not do that.
Also true.
But yep, I'm Sam, smallish Sam on the Twitters. I don't know. Most of my stuff is there. You'll hear me shouting about grad school as I'm trying to defend, and soccer, which is canceled. So I don't know. I've been fairly absent. Don't really know what to say.
Yeah, we all feel that. Thank you, Kat, for your love. We appreciate it. As for me, hi all, you know me. I'm at DeirdreDonlan on Twitter or Praxagora Thesmophoria. Welcome to my channel. We do classics on Twitch Tuesdays through Fridays every morning at 11 a.m. Eastern, which is great, and we have fun. And then tomorrow is Thursday. Tomorrow we are doing the next part of our trilogy of Roman history as viewed through the eyes of William Shakespeare with Julius Caesar, which will be quite enjoyable. Both Reen and Pope will be part of that. A couple other people that you may have known around the community. It'll be great. The posting will go up for in about, half an hour. Then on Friday, we end this trilogy with Antony and Cleopatra. And I'm just telling you now, if you saw the Othello last week that we did with Trooper and Lindy, Trooper SJP Academic Foxhole on Twitter playing Othello, and Lindy playing Desdemona. Well, Trooper's gonna come back and play Antony, and Lindy's gonna come back and play Cleopatra, so it'll be great. She is more prepared for the ending this time. If you don't know, unfortunately the VOD didn't save, but there's clips of it around. Lindy didn't read Othello ever. So I said, hey,
I heard
friend.
about this. Trooper told me about it. I died laughing. She had no idea.
She had no idea. I said, it's like, you want to come play, Desdemona? She goes, sure. I'm like, I'm sorry you're gonna die. She goes, sorry about that death. She goes, it's Shakespeare, I'm not worried about it. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm prepared to die. But guess she didn't realize, and there's a whole face journey that goes through her as she experiences the death of Desdemona for the first time reading it live on Twitch. But this is why we do these. We have fun, we tell stories, we play games. As for games, you can find me tonight over on Tales from the Grim, as it is our penultimate episode of Witcher Family of Wraiths. And there is so much drama on that right now. Somebody may or may not have gotten married to Gunter O'Dim. Just picture that. Yeah. It's complicated. I'm not sure if there was a marriage or not. Nobody's sure if there was a marriage or not. There was a ring exchange and promises made. It's very weird.
See how it pans out.
We'll see how it pans out. But other than that, check my Twitter because I always post where I'm going to be, and I have the schedule of games. There is no Dragon Age this Thursday on Wandering DM. We'll be back next week, but other than that, we'll see you tomorrow. And although the curtain falls for this performance, it rises again tomorrow. So thank you very much, all. We shall see you soon.